Transcending the Matrix Control System by Montalk. There is far more to this world than is taught in schools, shown in the media, or proclaimed by the church and state. Most of mankind lives in a hypnotic trance, taking to be reality what is instead a twisted simulacrum of reality, a collective dream in which values are inverted, lies are taken as truth, and tyranny is accepted as security. They enjoy their ignorance and cling tightly to the misery that gives them identity. Fortunately, some are born with spiritual immune systems that sooner or later give rejection to the illusory worldview grafted upon them from birth through social conditioning. They begin sensing that something is amiss and start looking for answers. Inner knowledge and anomalous outer experiences show them a side of reality others are oblivious to, and so begins their journey of awakening. Each step of the journey is made by following the heart instead of following the crowd, and by choosing knowledge over ignorance. Knowledge is the key to unlocking human potential. It gives the self-determination, responsibility, and power necessary to cast off the chains of covert oppression. Knowledge is therefore the greatest protector, for it also gives foresight to impeccably handle the challenges of life, and, most importantly, to sidestep the traps on the path to awakening. The more one knows of higher truths and applies what is known, the more one begins operating under higher laws that transcend the limitations of the lower. Here the reader will find articles and resources that push the boundaries of fringe knowledge. Specific subjects include alternative science, from orgonomy to quantum physics, current events and the New World Order, the role of extraterrestrial and hyperdimensional aliens, how humans are being farmed for their spiritual energies, the Matrix and its agents, how most people are asleep, what it takes to wake up, possible cataclysmic futures and what they entail, the nonlinear nature of time and reality, the meaning of déjà vu and synchronicities, and the reality shift into fourth density. Glossary: astral, pertaining to the more diaphanous portions of the soul in which feelings, archetypes, impressions, and passions exist. There are astral bodies, astral planes, and astral energies. The astral body is a component of being that mediates the thoughts of spirit to the etheric body and communicates the impressions of the physical body to the spirit. The astral body is the seat of feelings, desires, impressions, and passions. Its energies are active in the subconscious. The astral plane, also known as the inner planes, is a non-physical environment comprised of the energies of consciousness rather than configurations of matter. One can only access it through the mind, by retreating from the outer physical or etheric world and turning within. The dream world, the afterlife, and the astral plane are all closely related. The astral body is composed of the types of energies found in the astral plane. The astral plane is the native environment of fifth density, but it intersects through the other densities like an elevator shaft intersecting the floors of a building. The lowest portions of the astral plane are home to demonic beings, the highest to angelic ones, with the middle regions inhabited by second, third, and fourth density beings in their out-of-body or afterlife states. Astral beings are those who lack physical and etheric bodies, and exist primarily as discarnate entities in the astral plane. Astral energies are the basis of feelings, impressions, and passions, but more fundamentally, they are energies that convey archetypes or signatures, specific ideas in the Platonic sense. A particular emotion is simply an impulse that pulls one into conformance with a particular archetype. In thought forms, the astral component acts as the core program, impulse, or goal that the archetype attempts to fulfill. In alchemy, the astral energy of gold acts as a vibratory signature that, when impressed upon lead through a potent etheric mediator, reconfigures that substance into gold. Astral energies have a directionally transformative, motivational, transitional quality. Causal chain, an alternating sequence of cause and effect where the final effect depends entirely on the initial cause. This is akin to a line of dominoes or a chain reaction. One thing causes another, but the end traces back to the beginning. Demiurge, an artificial intelligence comprised of etheric and astral energy that underlies the physical universe. It was projected by the Logos as a thought form programmed with the task of generating and perpetuating physicality. Its job is to take astral archetypes thought up by the Logos and weave them into physical form. The Demiurge has been called by philosophers the world soul, for it is the soul of physicality itself. It is what perpetuates the forward momentum of time. In its corrupted state, the archetypes it weaves into physical manifestation are not those of the logos, but those of consciousness that has been ensnared by the trappings of physical existence. Competition, survival, hatred, suffering, pain, and so on. Thus, the corrupted Demiurge molds and shapes the universe to perpetuate more of the same. It is the central brain of the matrix control system. Demiurgic technology. Technology that employs astral and etheric energy to influence or reconfigure matter, energy, space, and time. Low-power examples include the Philosopher's Stone, a substance highly charged with concentrated etheric energy and tinged with the signature of gold, capable of dissolving lead at the quantum level and reconfiguring it into gold. Higher power examples include the Holy Grail and Ark of the Covenant, which were capable of altering geographic terrain, manifesting food out of thin air according to the wishes of the operator, and altering the timeline. Density, a measure of a being's level of conscious development. Each density corresponds to a particular stage in the evolution of consciousness. For instance, lower densities have more rudimentary life forms operating by simpler laws. Higher density beings are more sophisticated in mind, body, and soul. In the RA material and Cassiopean transcripts, the entire spectrum of life, from subatomic particles to the infinite creator, can be conveniently divided into 7 primary levels or densities. First density, 1D, is the lowest, corresponding to subatomic particles, atoms, molecules, chemicals, and minerals, where conscious development is rudimentary and limited to simple awareness. Second density, 2D, includes plant and animal life, where consciousness first experiences will, passion, drive, pain, or pleasure. Third density, 3D, includes beings like humans, who possess the seed of self-awareness and free will. Consciousness makes the choice between helping others or exploiting them. These 3 densities are fully physical and subject to the limits of 3-dimensional space and linear time. They inhabit the same physical realm. Also, the densities blend into each other, and within each density there is a gradient from the lowest to the highest evolved types of beings. This is clearly seen in second density, where the lowest forms, such as sponges or bacteria, are not on the same level as the highest, such as primates. Fourth density, 4D, includes beings that straddle the boundary between space-time and the higher ethereal. For them, physicality is plastic and responsive to thought. They exist behind the dimensional curtain and can project into physical reality at will. Some are positive, others are negative. Both 4D beings and their environments are part physical, part ethereal. The spiritual goal of 4D existence is to fully live out their choice of spiritual polarity. Telepathy and supernatural abilities come easily. Fifth density, 5D, is a completely ethereal level of existence, functioning as a stopover zone for departed souls and a native realm for beings who have evolved to that level. Native 5D beings seem focused on accumulating wisdom and total perfection of their individuality. Sixth density, 6D, is where individual entities have finished their personal evolution and grouped together to evolve as a soul group. They exist as energy beings in a realm completely outside space-time. Seventh density, 7D, is unity with the Creator and the total dissolution of individual existence, though not through annihilation of consciousness, but achievement of infinite consciousness that permeates all life and all existence. Density can also refer to the native realm inhabited by beings of a particular level of evolution. For instance, to be in fourth density means to be in a realm natively inhabited by fourth density beings. Since such beings live in a quasi-physical state between physical and ethereal, fourth density as an environment or realm is likewise quasi-physical. It is the superset to the rigidly physical realm, the room to the fishbowl. In fourth density, space-time is more fluid, flexible, and responsive to consciousness. It is an etherically potent environment. Deterministic, when outcome is entirely determined by the initial causes. Deterministic behavior does not deviate or branch into indeterminate possibilities, but follows a straight and predictable line into the future. In deterministic systems, consciousness and free will play no part. Machines, robots, computers, and anything completely physical is deterministic in its behavior. Dimension. When used casually, dimension refers to a particular world, realm, or environment that is distinguished from another by more than mere time or physical location. When used in a more scientific sense, dimension refers to the degree of freedom allowed for extension and movement. These two definitions are sometimes interchangeable, sometimes not, and sometimes they correspond to density, sometimes not. One cause for confusion is that humans exist in third density and are confined to 3 spatial dimensions, while aliens are mostly fourth density and seem to have access to a 4th spatial dimension. This comes from the observation that aliens can move through solid objects, travel through time, see multiple timelines at once, have crafts that are bigger on the inside than the outside, and so on. Therefore, 3D and 4D beings could imply 3rd and 4th density beings just as much as 3rd and 4th dimensional beings. The terms hyperdimensional and higher density are synonymous in the author's writing for that reason. But that is where the correlation between density and dimension ends. Otherwise, plants would know only the line, animals only the plane, and humans the volume. Yet these lower densities all inhabit the same 3-dimensional physical environment. Similarly, 5th density beings do not necessarily have access to a 5th spatial dimension barred to 4th density beings. The other cause for confusion is that dimension is sometimes used as a generic term meaning any number of things according to context, be it realm of existence or timeline or plane of reality. Basically some environment, not always one's own. In some contexts, dimension and density would then be interchangeable, but not in other contexts. For instance, there may be 3rd density beings living in a parallel Earth, and while they are not of different density nor greater or lesser spatial dimension than humans, some people might describe them as being of another dimension, meaning another world, not within the physically explorable universe. Therefore, keep in mind that density and dimension are not the same thing, although occasionally the two are interchangeable. Ego, an artificial intelligence in the soul and brain that helps a being operate more successfully within a particular environment. The environment programs the ego into the soul and the intellect. Beings like plants and lower animals who lack intellect also lack egos. When the ego is an instrument of spirit, it provides an individuality and personality through which spirit can accomplish its purpose in the physical realm. In that case, the ego takes a large part of its programming from spirit, as it is partially operating in a spiritual context and thus a spiritual internal environment. When the ego breaks away from spirit, or if spirit is absent, then the ego becomes solely a product of the physical environment and picks up all the traits of physical living, survival, and competition primarily. Then it starts exploiting others for the sake of self-gain. Lying, deception, manipulation, delusion. These are the properties of ego if left unchecked by spirit. Ego removed from spirit is the foundation of the STS pathway. But it is as much an error to annihilate the ego, because then one becomes ineffectual in this world, unable to carry out the mission of spirit with discernment, vigor, togetherness, and competence. Rather, the ego must be conquered and reprogrammed, refined and sharpened, to act in accordance with the impulse of spirit. Entropic, producing decay, dissolution, disorder, homogeneity, and exhaustion. By default, matter is entropic. According to the laws of thermodynamics, the universe is always increasing in entropy. Entropy is the force of forward linear time that pushes everything toward dissolution and death. However, through quantum biasing, etheric energy can reverse entropy. Thermodynamics is a statistical study that does not take into account intelligent biasing of probability towards increased order. Or put another way, consciousness or etheric energy reversing entropy does not violate the laws of thermodynamics as, to the latter, such an act is merely a very, very improbable but not impossible one. Etheric, life force energy that also serves as the source code of physical reality. It is a subtle energy scaffolding that mirrors, permeates, and surrounds physical matter and life forms. Changes to the etheric create corresponding changes in the physical. In biological applications, the physical body is regulated, shaped, and vivified by formations, patterns, rhythms, inertias, currents, and structures in the accompanying etheric body. In its weak form, etheric energy biases the probability of physical and quantum events. For instance, it nudges biological cells away from the default pathway of disintegration and decay. That is why etheric energy is also life force energy, as it sustains the process of life. In its strong form, etheric energy can rearrange matter, energy, space, and time in order to manifest thoughts into physicality or reformulate entire timelines. Technology that makes use of etheric energy toward these ends is called demiurgic technology. The etheric plane, as opposed to the physical plane, is simply the general ocean of etheric energy in which physicality is embedded. This ocean extends beyond space and time as known. Sixth density is entirely situated in the etheric plane. Fate, synchronistic influence that one is virtually powerless to resist within linear time. It is not a violation of free will, since fate arises from a choice made outside linear time by oneself in the higher state, the higher self. The decision inserts a causal chain into linear time, which is experienced by the lower self as an unavoidable learning experience. Positive fate, which propels one into fulfillment of life purpose, is the same as destiny. Free will, the ability to initiate causal chains. Without free will, all causal chains are but effects of previous ones that go back to the beginning of the universe. But entirely new causal chains can be created by consciousness. They are new in that they are not dependent on prior physical causes. If one makes a genuine free will decision to push the first domino, the reason for their falling originates with that choice and nothing prior. FRV, frequency resonance vibration. This term comes from the Cassiopeian transcripts, more commonly known as soul vibe, or soul frequency, or soul resonance. FRV measures the degree of spiritual harmonization or resonance with either the creator or the opposite pole of creation, matter itself. What actually vibrates or oscillates is the etheric and astral energy fields, and FRV denotes this vibrational signature. Those with a low FRV are overly reactive or passive, deterministic like matter, and learn through harsh emotional experiences because nothing else will do. They are stuck in anti-spiritual, mechanical, non-transcendent mindsets and are more deeply involved in the predator-prey dynamic, the law of the jungle. Those with a higher FRV are more conscious, active instead of reactive or passive, discerning, and emotionally composed. They come off as good-natured and saintly. Higher self, the full manifestation of one's spiritual potential, a supreme being of which one is a small extension projected into 3D physicality. It is like a high-power satellite of which the individual is but the surface probe. The satellite uplink is weak in most people, not consciously recognized, but speaking through the subconscious, through dreams and synchronicities. In the RA Cassiopeian paradigm, the higher self is one's future, finished version, an energy being existing at the beginning of sixth density, that reaches back through time to project and assist its past selves or past extensions. Hyperdimensional generally refers to fourth density and four-dimensional in the spatial sense, some state of existence beyond the 3 dimensions in linear time. To hyperdimensional beings, those in third density are like fish in an aquarium unaware of the greater reality all around them. Hyperdimensional beings reside behind the curtain of physical existence. Karma, a type of spiritual debt or credit accumulated oneself, which is embedded in the soul energy field. This soul energy imprint biases probability to attract payback experiences, ones that compensate for the choices made in the past. If the choices were to help others in need and thereby assist free will and balance, that brings one positive karma, and perhaps in the future one will be helped in return. If instead one has chosen to harm others who were innocent, that creates imbalance and violation of free will, and that brings corresponding repercussions. The difference between karma and fate is that fate arises from decisions made outside linear time, and karma from decisions made within linear time. Karma is fundamentally about learning lessons. One learns through positive action that as one helps others, so is one helped. It is a rewarding teaching mechanism in that sense. And one learns through negative action that as one hurts others, so is one hurt, in order to understand the consequences of one's actions. Negative karma can be resolved by discharging the soul imprint through forgiveness and understanding. Karmic experiences can be prevented by understanding their core lessons before they are attracted. It follows that karma does not exist for two types of individuals. spiritless humans for whom it serves no purposes since any lessons they receive dissolve along with their consciousness upon death, and highly STS individuals who are on a negative evolutionary path and have no need for a corrective mechanism that teaches them to be good. Thus, the world is full of seemingly wicked people who never receive their comeuppance. Karma is not a moral thing, but an evolutionary catalyst for those who need it. Linear time. Time according to the laws of classical physics, which moves at a predictable rate in one direction from past to present to future. It is said to be an illusion because it is an oversimplification of what time actually is. There is not just one future, but many. The past is not single and set in stone, but branches as much as the future does, and is constantly rearranging. Only the most recent revision is remembered as linear time. To the authors of the timeline, time is perceived the same way that characters in a novel perceive the sequence of plot events. If the author rewrites the book, the characters do not feel any different. Linear time and physics have no place for the concept of free will or consciousness. Free will is what branches timelines, what can skip around from portion to portion, rewrite parts, etc. And linear time, the variable t in all these physics equations, is only the proceeding of a causal chain into the so-called future. The experience of linear time is caused by the biological locking into a steadily cycling quantum phase that incrementally advances the perception of time in a forward linear manner. The cycling itself, meaning the momentum of linear time, is caused by the Demiurge, especially in its corrupted state. Logos, the mind of the creator, an aspect of the infinite creator associated with thinking, reasoning, imagining, reconciling, balancing, planning, engineering, and informing. The term implies mind or intellect, especially divine mind or higher intellect. It sees, knows, plans, lays down the blueprint, balances the equation. It is the divine architect that hands its blueprints to the Demiurge for weaving into physicality. The Logos is a living being outside of space-time. Loosh, another term for life force / emotional / spiritual energy, term coined by Robert Monroe in his astral voyages where, upon interacting with non-physical entities, he learned this energy was called Loosh and that mankind was being farmed for this energy. Same thing as demiurgic energy. The crudest type is simply etheric energy, which is produced by all living things including plants. The more refined type is astral energy, the energy of emotion and passion and drive. Etheric and astral energies are not entirely distinct, but blend from one type into the other. Astral energy is released when a being feels pleasure or pain or any other emotion. Only second density and higher life forms can produce astral energy, for first density life forms do not have astral bodies, only etheric and are physical. In Far Journeys by Robert Monroe, an explanation is given of Earth as an energy farm, whereby hyperdimensional controllers began with plants to produce a low type of Loosh and later discovered that more sentient beings produced a more exquisite kind of Loosh if made to experience fear, suffering, pain, and anguish. Hence, the Matrix control system works as the machinery of the energy farm to harvest mankind of astral and etheric energies through perpetual war, hardship, death, sexual obsession, and other forms of spiritual oppression. Matrix control system, the system of limitations and illusions otherwise known as the world, includes everything one might consider oppressive, from societal institutions to the hidden network of control exerted by non-physical entities in the astral and hyperdimensional realms. Mind programming, the implantation of post-hypnotic triggers through telepathy, hypnosis, and technological means. Mind programming is performed by aliens and military abductors upon key targets in order to undercut their resolve and induce impulses. It is highly pervasive and is the primary means by which negative forces control humans. Mind programming is usually performed during an abduction or during sleep. One may be on guard during the day, but when consciousness goes offline at night, the door is wide open. The target wakes up afterwards unsuspecting of what happened, but in the hours and days that follow, the post-hypnotic triggers activate, and the target is overcome with various thoughts and impulses fulfilling the intentions of the programmers. Usually the goal is to induce depression, disinterest and apathy, obsession with something self-destructive, or simply to act in a manner that then activates the programmed reaction in another, which is how friendships and networks are easily broken up. Often, post-hypnotic triggering is coupled with additional telepathic persuasion at the moment of activation to strongly force someone into carrying out a particular thought, feeling, or action. When strategically done to key members of a network, the entire network can blow up in a chain reaction that ends in its dissolution. Mind programming is best defeated through self-observation and self-control, to question irrational impulses and not act on them. Negative. Generic term for STS. Negative beings are those who serve self at the expense of others. Negative energies are those that reduce the function of spirit by impairing free will, lowering one's FRV, and bringing one under greater subjugation to STS forces and impulses. Negentropic. Reversing entropy and instead producing order, coherence, complexity, diversity, and inhomogeneity. Etheric energy, consciousness, and free will are all negentropic. Negentropy, negative entropy, is the undoing of the influence of linear time, which otherwise marches everything toward decay, dissolution, and death. Non-deterministic. When the outcome is unpredictable and not entirely dependent on initial conditions. Free will provides the unpredictability factor, whereby a single causal chain splits into multiple probable ones at the point of conscious choice. All non-deterministic systems require the participation of consciousness at some level, because only consciousness possesses free will and thus the ability to create choice. Nonlinear time. Time as it actually exists, which is more as a geography that one can move around upon, than a single line one is shoved along. Only in physicality does one experience linear time, which has one dimension. Nonlinear time has 3 dimensions, looking like a complicated spider web or tree with branches and lines and tunnels all over. Hyperdimensional beings have access to nonlinear time. With certain limitations, they can select which timeline to observe, they can alter their rate of time, and they can travel from the perceived future to past and everything in between. Objective. Having an independent existence and being universally experienceable and verifiable by anyone through the 5 senses or scientific instrumentation. This is what society considers real, but that definition limits objective phenomena only to the physical universe. Phenomena originating from higher realms cannot therefore be considered objective if they cannot be perceived or measured by humans in their default psychically crippled state. Yet at the same time, these phenomena are not subjective either, as they are not all in the mind. They do carry an independent existence. Hence the need for a new term, transjective, that goes beyond the false dichotomy of subjective versus objective. Organic portal, term that originates from the Cassiopean transcripts. This term has been supplanted with spiritless human, which is more descriptive. Organic portals and spiritless humans share the same definition. The term denotes a person who has mind, body, and soul but lacks spirit. They are lacking the heart, crown, and third eye chakras, since these are only uplinks to a spirit, which in their case is non-existent. Therefore, they are permanently incapable of experiencing genuine empathy or having sincere interest in anything outside material pursuits. They comprise the majority of psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, and robotic background characters that pad the population. Positive. Generic term for STO. Positive beings advance themselves by advancing the spiritual uplifting of others. Synonyms include benevolent, divine, and of the light. Take note that there are imposters and weaklings who may act nice and benevolent, but are either insincere or incapable of having a positive effect on another person. So the synonym does not mean to imply all who act nice are necessarily positive or STO, as the latter are technical terms defining a particular spiritual evolutionary orientation. Quantum phase. In quantum physics, the alignment of one quantum wave function with respect to another, which determines how they sum together constructively or destructively. In practice, quantum phase is the degree to which observer and observed occupy the same tangible reality or timeline. When the phase difference is 0 between observer and observed, the alignment is complete, and they both occupy the same timeline and experience each other in a fully physical way. This phase locking is called wave function collapse. In the mathematics of quantum physics, this act of measurement or observation causes the wave function to pick up a seemingly random phase shift, but it is not at all random for observers who know what they are doing. If the phase difference is small but non-zero, then their interaction will be fuzzy or quasi-physical. That can mean any number of things. Observer and observed are both physical, but they just keep missing each other due to unforeseen circumstances. They are both together, but one simply is not very conscious of the other and fails to understand him or her. They are both together but can walk through each other like ghosts. They attempt to interact, but non-human forces intervene, etc. Altering one's quantum phase with respect to solid objects allows one to move through them, and when altered with respect to light, makes one invisible. Aliens and Black Ops military factions use this technology. Quantum phase may be the ones and zeros in the source code behind physical reality, which is the etheric environment in which space-time is embedded as an emergent phenomenon. The holographic universe theory may explain how it works, since phase plays a similar role in the recording and viewing of holograms as quantum phase does in the creation and experiencing of physical events. Quantum wave function. Technically, a mathematical equation that encodes all possible states of a system. In practice, a bundle of probable versions of a system, being, or particle, of which what is seen with the physical senses is but one physically manifested slice. Think of it as a fuzzy probability cloud. Quantum physics has exact equations for the wave function of a simple particle, but more complex systems including living beings are beyond its comprehension. In living systems, the wave function is as much a product of physical laws as of consciousness, and since consciousness cannot be calculated or predicted, there are aspects of a living being's wave function that can never be delineated by mathematics. Even so, the wave function is an actual thing. Hyperdimensional beings can see the wave function. In fact, the wave function of a living being may include the etheric body as the imaginary component. By entering clairvoyant trance states, one can see the etheric field surrounding an object or being. For such states involve decohering consciousness away from a single focal point, which consequently decoheres perception away from perceiving just a single slice of the wave function. The wave function can also be manipulated to a limited extent by technology, namely demiurgic technology, which employs etheric and astral energies, and scalar technology, which uses electromagnetic potentials to alter the phase of the quantum wave function. Realm. The sphere of one's influence and experience, the reality bubble. Those who inhabit a common realm share common experiences and have some commonality in their FRV. Two entities residing in completely different realms have little in common and are not mutually aware of each other. Realms regarded as higher can observe the activities of lower realms, but not vice versa, as the lower realms are subsets of higher ones. Realm, dimension, and density are interchangeable terms in certain cases. Soul. A non-physical energy field belonging to living beings, comprised of etheric and astral components. It allows spirit to interface with the physical body. The soul can exist apart from the physical body, and even apart from spirit. Just by itself, the soul is equivalent to a thought form. Soul abduction, where the body is left behind and only the soul is taken. The soul can be transported to an underground base, an alien ship, or another realm completely. Certain operations can be performed. Certain operations can be performed on it, including mind programming. Soul abductions are more common than physical abductions. They often begin with the sensation of being tugged, usually by the feet, out of one's body, or else a vortical tractor beam that whisks one up and away. Spirit. The core of individualized consciousness within oneself, which survives death and rebirth and can continue growing in its complexity and intensity through numerous physical lifetimes. It is the God spark that eventually achieves congruency and unity with God. Spirit is most developed in the higher self, and the two are essentially synonymous. Spirit is also the true source of free will, empathy, and wisdom. Spiritless human, termed organic portal in the Cassiopean material. A person who has mind, body, and soul but lacks higher spirit. Spiritless humans are lacking the heart, crown, and third eye chakras because these are but uplinks to a spirit which, in their case, is non-existent. Therefore, they are permanently incapable of experiencing genuine empathy or having sincere interest in anything outside material pursuits. Spiritless humans comprise the majority of psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, and robotic characters that pad the population. STO. Service to others. a spiritual orientation where one advances through assisting others in their evolutionary advancement. A more technical way of saying positive or right-hand path or benevolent. The fundamental principle of STO is to preserve free will and balance, to thereby maximize the richness of the evolutionary experience for all concerned. Being STO comes with an awareness of the unity of all life. Thus they serve all, or rather the spirit in all, including themselves. Only by misunderstanding this point, and thinking STO means being a walking doormat, does the term STA, or service to all, seem necessary. STO beings have transcended the predator-slash-prey dichotomy and are selfless servants of the divine will. Instead of wolf or sheep, they are more in the role of shepherd. The term 4D STO refers to fourth density service to others beings. They are superhuman beings. Examples include some Nordic aliens and what in more superstitious times have been called sylphs, fairies, angels, siddhi, or jinn. The Buddhist term for an STO being is Jivanmukta. In a more general sense, the STO path is delineated in the Buddhist conception of the Bodhisattva. STS, service to self. A metaphysical orientation where one serves self by exploiting and manipulating others, reducing their free will to increase one's own. Overall, this creates a free will imbalance. STS systems are closed systems, meaning they have to take material and energy from one place to feed another. Thus, survival and competition, overpowering the weak, violence, and manipulation arise. The most basic manifestation of STS is having to take life in order to live. Humans are all STS in the current human state, due to genetics and environment causing it to be so. However, humans are not all evolving in the STS direction. To be STS in a basic sense, but be committed toward living according to STO principles, is the best that can be done in the 3D state. By pursuing this sufficiently, one can transform into fourth density STO eventually. By doing the opposite and sufficiently pursuing STS, one can likewise graduate into 4D STS existence. Subjective, entirely in the mind, a product of personal preference, whims, and imagination, and without any independent existence outside oneself. Synchronicity, a meaningful coincidence that suggests something is working through one's environment on one's behalf. There are different types of synchronicities. Positive synchronicities are unusually serendipitous experiences. Negative synchronicities are manipulated experiences that bring suffering, distraction, and setbacks. Artificial synchronicities are garish coincidences that, through their highly uncanny nature, are meant to persuade one against better judgment. Thought form, an artificially intelligent non-physical construct created through focused thought and emotion, comprised of etheric and astral energies programmed to fulfill a particular purpose. Thought forms are also known as egregores or tulpas. Basic thought forms are purely etheric, existing as structures or simple automatons in the etheric environment. They bias probability according to their programmed function. These can be produced solely through thoughts, habits, daydreams, especially anything mentally repetitive and intense. There are also simplistic etheric life forms that qualify as thought forms, that exist around humans like bacteria do. More advanced thought forms are animated by astral energies in addition to etheric. They are produced through intense emotional releases. Such advanced thought forms are more goal-driven and ultimately seek to produce more of the astral energy that gave rise to them. Thus, they can turn parasitic. As advanced thought forms learn from their environment, they acquire a kind of personality and become entitized. An entitized thought form is an artificial intelligence with personality and intellect that seeks to ensure its survival by manipulating and bending events and individuals in the physical realm to produce more of the energy that sustains it. The Demiurge in its corrupted state is an example, as is the human soul with its ego. The Demiurge and human soul are both thought forms, for both are non-physical constructs comprised of etheric and astral energies that pursue a particular programmed purpose. In the case of the human soul, spirit uses it as an interface to the body and the physical world. Without spirit, the soul becomes a parasite, and such cases are termed spiritless humans. Transjective, transcendentally objective, having an independent existence, but dependent on the state of the observer to access, experience, and verify. Transjective truths are not universally verifiable by just anyone, as only those with sufficient conscious development can access and realize them. Transjective phenomena are not universally experienceable because they, too, depend on the observer. Examples include Gnostic revelations and paranormal experiences, whereas objective truths and phenomena are strictly those based in the physical realm of existence. Transjective truths and phenomena may be based in other realms and higher planes of existence. Senses other than the first five may be required to perceive them. There is no English term for this idea because human language has yet to catch up with the facts of quantum mechanics. Wanderer, a being who originates from a higher density but has incarnated into a human body to perform some mission, also called a helper soul. The trauma of entering a new body makes them forget who they are, and social programming places locks on them. Their challenge is remembering who they are, what they are here to do, then having the strength and discipline to carry it out. The mission is not completely set in stone and may simply involve being on call to help out those in need. One may be a wanderer. Truth analysis. This article describes the reasoning process used to write most of the articles on this site. The process is based on two axioms. 1. Truth is not subjective. 2. Truth never contradicts itself. Because truth is not subjective, some ideas are more objective than others. This means that no matter what one's worldview is, it can always be improved to be more objective. It shows that there is indeed something to strive for. The idea that truth never contradicts itself is a very powerful axiom. Lies can be internally consistent as well, but a mixture of truth and lies will show contradictions. This principle can be used to discover what is true and what is false. Here is what is meant. It is difficult to tell if any single idea is true or false, just like it is difficult to tell which of two similar puzzles a single puzzle piece belongs to. But a large collection of non-contradicting ideas will reveal whether the entire collection is true or false. The larger the collection, the easier it is to see. One starts with one ambiguous puzzle piece, finds others that fit onto it, and soon can tell which of the two puzzles has been put together. Another analogy is panning for gold. One starts with a large amount of material that includes both silt and gold flakes, then shakes the pan and lets the silt fall away. This indicates the importance of continually thinking, reading, and discussing large amounts of new material, which is then to be sorted or filtered via intuition and critical thinking to reveal what is true. It is better to look for what is wrong with a theory than what is right. Debates can rage forever concerning the 1,000 facts supporting a single lie, but no one can argue with a single fact that disproves 1,000 lies. As long as one's worldview is internally consistent, it is most likely entirely true or entirely false. Combine this principle with the 5-step process below, and an effective truth analysis method will be available. The process of discovering truth is one of cycling between gathering material, formulating theories, working inconsistencies, and gathering new material. Most importantly, truth is always verified by both logic and intuition. Logic without intuition, or intuition without logic, should never be used to determine truth. They must be used in tandem. If there is conflict between logic and intuition, the logical assumptions must be checked. Intuition should be used to guide and logic to analyze. The process goes like this. Gather new ideas from contemplation, observation, discussion, or some reading material. Then pick a mystery, a contradiction, a set of observations, or anything that needs to be explained. To make a good theory that will explain all of that, start with the infinite set of all possibilities. This means anything goes. No idea is too ludicrous. Use intuition and guess as ideas come to mind. Use critical thinking to eliminate everything that is self-contradictory or absolutely impossible. Look for holes in these ideas. Try to shoot them down. Of the bulletproof theories that are left, select the theory that explains all the facts, explains the facts better than any other theory, explains facts that previous theories could not, is logically consistent and has no internal contradictions, makes sense, feels intuitively correct. The theory is worth keeping if it predicts things which are later confirmed by observation. One finds correlation from other independent sources. If something comes across that challenges the theory, then check to see that it is really a challenge and not just an illusory paradox based on assumptions or incorrect perspective. Check to see if the challenge is even valid or if it is internally inconsistent and full of holes, modify the theory to accommodate the challenge. Come up with a whole new theory that explains everything more elegantly than the old one. This is opposite the process used in science and mathematics that starts with axioms and builds upon them. The problem with that method is that it starts with a very limited finite set and creeps upward like a stalagmite. If the assumptions or axioms are false, then everything built on them is an error. Furthermore, such a process cannot skip steps, as it always needs verification from the status quo to proceed to the next step. It cannot take leaps of faith or logic, and therefore cannot make paradigm shifts. It is an inflexible process that definitely has its advantages when it comes to high-risk applications that need lots of security and assuredness, but as far as breaking new ground is concerned, it is incredibly slow. Any creativity in that process happens only in the formation of the basic axioms, or in accidents that occur along the way. The process described in this article starts with an infinite set and whittles away what does not fit. This means there is no need to leap across a logical abyss because one approaches from the other side. It is much easier to build a bridge if someone is already on the other side. Likewise, once a radical idea has been confirmed using this process, it is much easier to work backwards and logically bridge the abyss. Also, the fitting together of ideas and sorting of truth from lies requires creativity at every step. So it is the best method of achieving rapid innovation. Metaphysics. Beyond the material world, beyond the common rules, limitations, and assumptions taken upon oneself, resides a greater spiritual reality operating under a set of higher principles that can help one transcend foolishness, strife, and drudgery. Knowledge limited to the physical world and bounded by the shortcomings of the five senses is not enough to attain freedom. Metaphysics is the study of higher knowledge, the deeper truths of life. One only has to recognize these higher truths and live by them to rise beyond old behavioral patterns and access a new vista of inconceivably wonderful possibilities. All is mind. Everything is consciousness, and all consciousness shares a common source. It is the ultimate center, the initiator of all causes, the core perceiver, the chooser. Consciousness is the dreamer, the creator, the dreamed, individualized consciousness, and the dreamscape, matter, space, energy, and time. There is no difference between reality and dreams except that reality involves mass consciousness holding the rules of reality rigid, whereas in dreams usually only the personal subconscious does so. Just as thought underlies objects in dreams, so does thought form the basis of matter in waking reality. Creation is infinite, composed of a unified infinite being, the creator, and its expression as an infinite variety of finite beings. Stated another way, the creator is an infinite being exploring its infinite potential through an infinite number of finite avenues. Individual evolutionary paths begin and end, beginning as the first stirring of awareness among primal matter and ending in unified congruency with the creator. Yet the grand experiment itself is without beginning or end because there are an infinite number of these paths. Because all life shares a common source, all life is interrelated and of equal worth. Only the expression of the underlying source differs from one life form to another. To differing degrees, each life form is endowed with free will, the potential ability to choose independently of another being's choice. Free will adds a wildcard factor that makes the grand experiment interesting instead of boringly deterministic. Existence is both holographic and fractal in nature. It is holographic in the sense that all possibilities exist simultaneously and timelessly, while individual consciousness interfering with this static pattern is what generates the illusion of dynamic experience. In other words, it is one who moves through the static pattern, the dreamscape projected by the creator. Existence is fractal in the sense that free will requires discontinuities and inconceivable complexities in this static web of possibilities. A fractal exists as a static pattern created from a deterministic equation, but due to the infinite complexity of a fractal, its exploration by a conscious perceiver becomes a non-deterministic affair. And thus the game of life can be characterized by free will, even though the game board itself is static and deterministic. Progress arises when free will moderates the interaction between two opposite forces. This forms a trinity generically composed of an active force, passive force, and neutralizing or balancing force. This trinity can be found everywhere that progress is to be found. For example, the tension of a string comprises the active force, inertia of the string creates the passive force, and the musician is the balancing force. From this is born music. Within individuals, the lower impulses form the passive force, higher spiritual callings of the heart form the active force, and the incarnated consciousness forms the balancing force by choosing between these two opposite polarities. From this is born the progress of personal evolution. Even the fractal boundary of the Mandelbrot set acquires its infinite complexity by being the balancing point between two opposing mathematical values, the finite and the infinite, which ties back into reality being a fractal hologram. Good and evil. Choice allows one to serve the creator within oneself by exploiting others or by serving the creator within others. The first path is identified as evil/darkness/negativity, while the second path is associated with good/light/positivity. This sets up two branches of evolution, one that works against the laws of creation and one that works with and for it. Both ultimately serve the creator's exploration of self, but only the positive path does so in a balanced manner. The tension between these two evolutionary paths enriches the grand experiment and provides the impetus for evolution by both sides. As Goethe wrote, the dark force wills forever evil, yet does forever good. The self-serving path, despite giving the individual personal power, also puts him in unwitting subservience to higher powers. The highest power of all is the creator, which those of the dark hierarchy unwittingly serve by providing the grand experiment with the passive force necessary for evolution. They provide the darkness against which the light stands out. Lucifer is referred to as the Lightbringer because through self-serving actions, manipulation, and infliction of pain, self-serving individuals unwittingly give others the opportunity to see the light. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Cosmology. Finite consciousness can be classified into an octave scale of conscious development. This octave arises naturally because consciousness is vibration, and vibration strung between a beginning point, as matter, and ending point, as unity with the Creator, sets up a scale. This scale consists of 8 notes: Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Si, Do. The first note signifies sleeping consciousness, and the last note represents active consciousness. And notice that these notes have the same name, illustrating how sleeping and active consciousness are just two expressions of the same infinite consciousness. The space between two notes on this evolutionary scale is called a density, and there are 7 total densities, each encompassing a particular class of conscious development. The higher densities have higher vibrations of consciousness and are more evolved. Whereas densities categorize different evolutionary levels of the dreamed, the terms space-time and time-space classify different aspects of the dreamscape. Space-time is the arena of causal interaction, better known as physicality, where two or more beings interact while bound by a common set of physical laws. Space-time is where experiences occur and lessons are learned, the ground, the battlefield, the classroom. By contrast, time-space is the sky, the command center, the teacher's office. It is where individual beings have a bird's-eye view of what occurs in space-time, providing a still point of contemplation, reflection, and planning of further space-time experiences. This is the state one enters in between physical incarnations. The lower densities exist primarily in space-time, while the higher densities choose to exist almost exclusively in time-space. Personal spiritual evolution. Upon incarnating into a physical body, one experiences an occultation of awareness and forgets who one is. Then social conditioning and biological impulses graft a false identity upon one that is in total discord with one's true spiritual nature. Most people wear this false identity for life and fail to recognize and fulfill their true reasons for incarnating. But for others, intuition and experiences help them realize that there is more to life than the material world, Matrix, admits. Throughout life, these individuals experience higher impulses guiding them toward becoming lucid in this dream, while simultaneously lower impulses beckon them toward sleep. For those who consistently listen to their higher impulses, inner and outer life transforms and begins to operate under divine instead of material laws, removing limitations of the latter and opening up new possibilities. This is the process of transcending the matrix, using higher laws to override lower ones by developing and purifying one's internal nature to resonate with higher realms of existence. This is a prerequisite for fulfilling one's potential. You are dreaming. Are you asleep or awake? What about people one interacts with daily? Most will answer that they are awake, and that those around them are awake as well. It is a simple question with an easily determined answer, or so it seems. Not all is as it seems. Rather than two states of being, there are at least four. The mind and body can be asleep or awake independently of each other. With mind and body awake, one is truly awake. With mind and body asleep, one is dreaming. With mind awake and body asleep, one is lucid dreaming. With mind asleep and body awake, one is sleepwalking. Gradations exist between these four states, ranging from hypnotism and trance to daydreaming and dim consciousness. The common understanding of what it means to be awake disguises the truth. In truth, most who call themselves awake are actually not awake at all. They are either hypnotized, dimly conscious, sleepwalking, daydreaming, or in a state of trance. What all these states have in common is that the conscious core of the individual is absent or passive, blowing like a leaf in the winds of environmental stimuli. Waking dreams. One dreams while physically asleep. But for many, dreams do not end in the morning. Getting up, showering, eating, working, watching TV. All those are continuations of a dream state that remains essentially uninterrupted 24 hours a day. One may realize how in dreams the sense of reality is disabled and attention is submitted to the most ridiculous dramas and scenarios. In dreams, one makes the strangest logical associations that amount to no logic at all, has little say in what happens, does things impulsively, and never questions reality or observes oneself. Because people tend to be mentally asleep while going about their daily business, they carry out exactly the same behavior. All that limits them is the stability of their physical environment. Nevertheless, they are just as easily suggestible, capable of false logic, and in passive submission to the environment as during their nightly dreams. Observe what people do and say, the anecdotes and gossip they speak, how they may communicate via recitations of lines from movies or TV shows, speak in trite mimetic phrases without conscious thought or originality, engage in ludicrous program behavior, engross themselves in petty dramas, and switch to goofy or borrowed personalities that one never questions, as long as one is asleep. The world and society is an insane asylum, but everyone is too asleep to notice the insanity. Just as one may not question insane dreams while having them, so do most people not question their insane lives. But if one observes oneself, returns one's focus of attention to the present location and moment in time, then observes those around with this perspective, one will see that they are virtually sleepwalking. Ever wish one could observe another person's dreams? Well, that wish is granted. Just observe others, and one will see them behaving exactly as they would in dreams, were their dream environments as stable as this physical one. The moment one forgets oneself and becomes fully absorbed in what is perceived, one is no longer awake. One has forgotten about one's consciousness and is in a hypnotic trance focused entirely upon the object of thoughts or perceptions. At that point, free will is surrendered and one becomes a machine, input and output determined by what enthralls one. The implications of mass somnambulism are obvious. With billions of people asleep, those in power who are awake have the advantage. Sleeping people are easily controlled. Their conscious core exists within a mental prison, harnessed for time, labor, and energy. They possess little or no free will because they have abandoned the awareness necessary to utilize it. Escaping the matrix. The purpose of this article is to urge one to realize that being truly awake is a very rare state, but that it is vitally important to strive for it, to realize the necessity of true waking consciousness. Without it, one's life is not one's own. Without it, one will die in one's sleep, like everyone else. Some say ignorance is bliss, and to die in sleep is good, but these are words of the insane. This is one small step toward escaping the influence of the matrix, the predator, the general law. One must realize that most of one's life has been, and probably still is, spent asleep, that those who sleep are living a lie, and therefore one's life has been a lie, that those around who are sleepwalking, with their petty dramas and mechanical greetings, are not to be taken seriously because they are not in control of themselves. One is the guardian of the fortress that is one's reality, so do not let down one's guard. Entities exist that would gladly rearrange unguarded sectors of one's reality. Plan ahead and remember past lessons, but do not lose oneself in the moment. Just be and act in the moment, with full consciousness of one's awareness. This is impossible to do all the time, but the more one strives for it, the longer one stays lucid. Lucid memories. Lucidity is the key to continuity of awareness and depth of memory. Some people have good memories despite being asleep. This type of memory is purely mechanical and lacks the infusion of potential creative use, and is no different from computer memory. Computer memory can be easily rewritten, rearranged, corrupted, swapped, or made self-contradictory, but lucidly acquired memory is whole, holographic, and real. This wholeness forms a kernel of objectivity upon which other lucid memories and knowledge can grow, to build within oneself a solid, consistent, and conscious core. During states of mental sleep, one's memory is subjective. Consequently, one's identity is subjective, consisting of whichever role one plays at the moment. Within the subjective mind exist numerous subjective roles that take the lead upon cues from the environment. Within such a mind, there is no order, consistent growth, stability, or objectivity. The path to awakening is to make one identity within oneself supreme over all others, the identity that is one's conscious core, present when one observes one's awareness rooted in the present moment and location. All perceptions and thoughts that pass through this original identity become lucid memories, internally consistent and whole. Staying lucid while living, working, thinking, and creating accumulates lucid memories. When recalled, such memories are experienced in the present moment, and all such memories thus comprise direct knowledge of reality and time as it truly exists, without past or future. Linear time is illusion, and one's conscious core knows this. Lucid memories reflect this truth. As one practices staying truly awake, more lucid memories are accrued until a critical point is reached when the siren songs grow quiet. Then, very rarely will one be lulled back beneath the surface of lucidity. The strength and will of one's true inner self grows considerably and asserts its rightful superiority over internal illusory identities. In tandem, the strength of one's presence within the external environment also grows. No longer will one be a passive machine, but an active infuser of creative influences. Not only do the shackles fall off, but the prison becomes an open playground. Conclusion. This talk of lucidity and true wakefulness may sound simplistic and idealistic, but it is real, possible, and worth pursuing. The works of Gurdjieff, Boris Muravyev, Castaneda, and John Baines are excellent resources for those who desire to study the mechanics and necessary details involved in escaping the talons of the Matrix. For the sake of one's destiny, please wake up. True Reality Creation, Part 1. You create your own reality, YCYWAR, is the predominant belief system of many New Agers. This doctrine states that reality is entirely the product of one's mind, and that by controlling one's beliefs, one may determine what happens. What events one focuses upon, one attracts. What one does not focus upon, one does not experience. Creating for oneself what one desires is called manifesting, and having all one needs in life is called abundance. For those who utilize YCYLAR, manifesting abundance is usually a key goal. Do we create our own reality? Yes, we do, but not as freely as proponents of YCYLAR claim. As it exists, YCYLAR is a faulty paradigm whose incomplete nature was made so by design. This belief system is a dangerous spiritual weapon used by negative forces to disarm their potential victims. People who seek the New Age as an alternative to atheism or Christianity are not improving their situations. They are merely falling for further deception, the same trick with a new look. Like gravity, such deceptions can be traps, or they can be used as slingshots to propel one further along if one is careful and learns from mistakes. There are several reasons why YCYLAR is dangerous. First, YCYLAR fools its followers into believing they are more spiritually evolved than they truly are. Such New Agers are lulled into a false sense of security, an overestimation of their abilities, and invulnerability, and thus fail to prepare against random accidents or attacks from negative forces. Second, the practice of manifestation often becomes an act of black magic when used irresponsibly. Black magic is the manipulation of higher forces by lower individuals to their spiritual detriment. For example, when corruptly implementing manifestation through visualization, ritual, chanting, or meditation, one can circumvent one's life mission or agenda, extort one's higher self, and violate the free will of other sovereign humans. Manifestation is used properly when it does not initiate a free will violation. Manifesting or requesting has different consequences, depending on whether it is directed toward higher positive, higher negative, or lower negative beings. Higher and lower refers to their relative level of evolution compared to one's own. To explain all this more clearly, a description of higher positive and negative forces is necessary. One's evolutionary level is determined by the lessons one has accumulated since metaphysical genesis as an individuated being. What higher positive and negative forces have in common is that they are both very aware and near to their respective evolutionary finish lines. The difference between them lies in their levels of wisdom, free will, freedom, and what exactly they are evolving toward. Negative beings evolve toward the sleeping half of the creator, physicality. They are irresponsible, lack wisdom, and have little freedom or free will. Positive beings evolve toward the active half of the creator, consciousness. They possess much responsibility and discernment, are wise, and enjoy more freedom due to their greater free will and responsibility. The importance of the preceding clarification lies in the fact that, despite having more awareness than one, higher negative forces actually have less free will. Physical matter itself is the end product of their evolution, and it is obvious that matter has very little free will. One can manipulate it at leisure, and it does not resist. Its behavior can be perfectly predicted, meaning it is all predestined within a single unified equation, leaving no room for novelty or free will. Simply by operating under a negative polarity, a being already acquires some of these characteristics. The awareness that higher negative forces have, which exceeds one's level of awareness, is used only to create ever more sophisticated technologies and tricks to circumvent free will, which they cannot directly violate except through backdoor methods and the abuse of what permission has been given them. One such permission is in the form of a contract with physicality held while existing in a physical body. Their abuse of this contract can be seen in their extreme reliance upon technology to try to manipulate. If one attempts to manifest something through the help of negative higher forces, two factors must be taken into consideration. First, they will not help unless one's desire is of a negative orientation, such as lust for power, financial elitism, or sexual prowess. Second, these will be given if one pays the maximum price, which is the circumvention of one's life path, the lowering of one's soul frequency, a stunting of spiritual evolution, and a commission of one's soul energy paid to these higher forces. One loses freedom, free will, responsibility, and creativity in exchange for illusory power, money, or sex. This Faustian deal is no bargain, but a metaphysical scam. If one attempts to manifest something through the help of positive higher forces, including one's higher self, one can only request help. Requesting respects their free will and leaves it to their wise discretion whether to help or not. They also respect one's free will and do not intervene unless one allows them to help. Positive higher forces have more wisdom than one, and one would find it either impossible or detrimental to force them, via trickery through corrupted visualization and meditation, into fulfilling one's desires. Should one succeed, most often one will have made a very bad choice which seemed desirable at the time only due to spiritual short-sightedness. It is clear that attempting to manipulate beings and forces higher on the spiritual hierarchy, be they of positive or negative polarity, can cause severe problems. It is best to make requests to positive higher forces to allow them to help in any way they can. The positive or STO, service to other, hierarchy is a network. This means higher evolved beings help lower evolved beings learn and evolve. In this way, those higher beings evolve as well. Here on Earth, those who think they can fight through life alone are failing to make use of this network. They are succumbing to negative influences because of their pride, and must learn that because they are part of a network, requesting help from higher positive forces is perfectly fine. If the request is pure, those higher positive forces will help, especially if it aids in unblocking or accelerating one's spiritual evolution. To make a distinction, requesting is different from manifestation, in that it is an act of calling upon positive higher forces while respecting their free will, leaving it up to them to help if they deem it wise. Manifesting, on the other hand, is a direct way of influencing one's reality. Concerning positive higher forces, requesting is the way to go. But with lower evolved beings, manifestation is the appropriate method. Recall that manifestation works best when it does not violate free will. It is a fact that free will cannot be violated if it does not exist or is not being used. Lower beings tend to either not have a particular aspect of free will or else fail to use it. They are therefore primed for influence by higher beings with more free will. While this sounds insidious, remember that higher free will implies greater lessons learned, higher evolution, and thus greater responsibility and wisdom. One's higher self has controlled one's actions countless times to ensure that certain scripted events come to pass. This is no true violation of free will, just influence of behavior to best facilitate evolution. Thus, when higher positive entities influence lower beings, it is done carefully and for the greatest benefit of all. It only becomes insidious when the awareness of the influenced being is purposely suppressed through technology, disinformation, or trickery, which is what negative forces do in order to lower the utilized free will of their target to a level lower than their own, which makes the target easily manipulated. As can be seen, YCYR either fools a person into thinking he can control reality more than he really can, thus making him vulnerable to negative forces who exploit his ignorance, or else ensures that when he does influence his reality, it becomes an act of black magic which stunts his spiritual evolution. This disinformative doctrine is a spiritual booby trap, plain and simple. Its targets are tricked into disarming and corrupting themselves, avoiding the acquisition and utilization of knowledge, sabotaging their own lives, and later blaming the resultant misery on their failure to adhere even more strongly to YCYR protocols. The reason YCYR works so well is because it is based on a lot of metaphysical truth. People awakening from more ignorant belief systems are lured by the truth content of YCYR. But as with all disinformation, its designers care not so much what their targets know, but what they do. Despite a large truth content which influences what its followers know, the few lies and logical inconsistencies in the doctrine are enough to twist what they do. Negative forces want them to do what is in line with the negative agenda. Such targets are effectively tenderized for consumption or disarmed for elimination. Through twisted logic, certain faulty inferences are made from the true idea that we create our reality. Some of these are listed below, followed by short explanations which will be elaborated upon later in this article. If you don't believe in evil, it cannot harm you because it will not exist in your reality. Not believing that evil can harm one if one ignores it is like thinking that a truck cannot run one over if one closes one's eyes. It is better to open one's eyes and step out of the way. Negative beings have free will and a definite objectivity in one's reality. Many exist outside one's range of control and can choose to attack if they wish. Whether they succeed in their attack is another matter, but the fact is that they will attack and succeed if they can. Their ability to succeed depends upon the relative superiority of one's free will and the awareness required to access it, metaphysical protection by higher forces or the higher self, and one's physical and spiritual application of knowledge in the area of personal defense against such attacks. Manifestation involves intent, the application of will in a particular direction of desired experience. This direction is available only if one is aware of its possibility. Therefore, ignorance cannot protect against anything. Protecting against an attack must be based upon awareness of the many ways such an attack can happen. Once one is aware of these ways, besides actually preparing to deal with them, one can take additional preventative measures by focusing one's will upon the probable futures in which those specific methods of attack fail to materialize or succeed. Manifesting protection only works against negative forces who have less free will than one, who require that one be unaware of a particular mode of attack such that they can use it as a bridge into one's reality. Free will unused is free will denied. for awareness is the key that unlocks what free will one has already gained through earlier evolution. Not being aware of an attack possibility leaves it unclaimed by one's free will, and it is like having no free will at all. Like an unguarded bridge, this direction of experience involving a particular mode of attack is hidden behind a blind spot in one's field of awareness. Negative forces, who would otherwise be unable to harm one due to their lower free will status, can cross this hidden bridge, breach one's reality, and implement an attack. In such a case, preventing the attack does not involve fighting these forces directly, but merely cutting off their invasion route by guarding the bridge. This is done by becoming aware of their attack methods. Should an attack succeed, whether it is through an unguarded bridge into one's reality, or by negative forces who are simply more powerful, or perhaps were allowed into one's reality by one's protectors as a learning lesson, dealing with such attacks requires direct active interaction, physical and psychological preparation, and utilization of knowledge. Thus, awareness/knowledge alone passively protects in the sense of guarding the bridges and locking down one's reality against attempted dislodging by lower negative forces. But once such forces break through, it is only through the active utilization of knowledge and awareness that these attacks are thwarted. If they break through, it means some lesson has not been learned. For all, spiritual evolution is impossible without the active use and application of knowledge/awareness, for one implies the other. With this fact in mind, it becomes clear why awareness and knowledge alone can passively protect, but only sometimes. An explanation follows. When one is more positively spiritually evolved than another being, one possesses greater free will than that being. One has learned everything that being has learned, and then some. All the attacks this being is capable of are limited to the scope of its awareness of what it has learned already. Because one has learned all this being has learned, evident by virtue of one's higher spiritual evolution, all its attacks against one are actually redundant as far as learning lessons are concerned, for they cannot teach one anything one has not already learned. However, they can remind one of things one has forgotten. That one has forgotten such lessons is the only reason such lesson-redundant attacks can happen at all. Remember the lesson by becoming aware of the attack method, and it loses all meaning and justification. One's free will then shuts out that attack from happening since it would serve absolutely no purpose anymore. In sum, the passive protection of awareness/knowledge happens only when that awareness/knowledge has already been utilized before, which led to an increase in one's level of spiritual evolution. Awareness/knowledge cannot passively protect if it has only recently been acquired but not yet utilized. It must surely be put to the test first, either in active preparation and prevention or in direct combat against an attacking force. A hostile being who is more evolved than one, despite having less free will probably be more clever and thus trick one into accepting an attack. Its higher level of awareness means it has something to teach, and one will learn the easy way or the hard way, depending on whether one prepared ahead of time or not. As can be seen, spiritual osmosis occurs throughout creation. Higher evolved beings, no matter their polarity, always teach lower evolved beings, either directly or indirectly. When a lower being attacks, its attack can be easily averted through remembrance or awareness of its possibility, which accesses the free will required to end the attack, whose resulting lessons one has already learned at some time. When a higher being attacks, proper passively counteractive free will does not exist and can be gained only through struggle and the application of knowledge/awareness, which increases one's spiritual evolution to a level equal or greater than the attacker, at which point the attack ceases to materialize as long as one remains aware of the lesson. In relation to reality creation, the preceding ideas reveal the fact that manifestation is the passive application of knowledge/awareness and should not, or often cannot, be used to protect against things which one needs to experience in order to evolve. This is why YCYR's manifestation of protection fails in many instances, for a person using this doctrine might attempt to stop an attack from succeeding by applying passive protection through manifestation. But the attack is either necessary to help the person evolve, or to help him remember the lessons he has already learned but forgotten or ignored. YCYR can induce an intentional forgetting of lessons through blind faith, the abandonment of knowledge-seeking, and sheer ignorant bliss. In fact, The induced ignorance guarantees that an attack happens successfully so that the person eventually wakes up to the truth. Negative forces count upon this principle to sustain their feeding. As long as the person can be continuously tricked into ignoring lessons, the food supply stays plentiful. In that case, either the person is fed upon simply because he can be fed upon, requiring active utilization of knowledge/awareness to stop, or else the higher self repeatedly allows its lower self to be food until the lower self awakens and puts an end to it, which necessitates the passive use of knowledge/awareness. You can transform evil by sending it love. Because they have free will, evolved negative forces can choose whether to accept one's love or not. And most often, they will not allow themselves to be transformed by it. Trying to change a negative being this way is like pouring a man many glasses of water and asking him to drown himself. Often, this sent love can be of such a corrupted nature, due to misperception of what love is, that it is of a frequency palatable by negative beings who then feed upon it. Whether negative beings can feed upon an emotion depends not so much upon what type of emotion it is, but whether it is based on awareness or ignorance. Sympathy and compassion out of ignorance make better food than righteous anger, for example. Sympathy and compassion out of knowledge would mean sending love to beings who have not yet chosen their polarity, who out of their suffering request and accept the love they receive. They thirst for the water set before them. Discernment and experience is required for any compassionate person to know when this is the case. Sometimes there are etheric vampires seeking to steal the energy of the compassionate by feigning distress, and giving one's love to these people only leads to an energy drain in oneself. Whatever the case, one thing is certain, that the forces commonly considered evil have chosen their polarity and therefore cannot be changed. They can only be understood, for that results in empowerment of the perceiver rather than attempted free will violation of the perceived. So as far as transforming evil is concerned, external events cannot change one's polarity, positive or negative, STO or STS, merely reinforce what one has already freely chosen to be. Receiving an act of kindness may make a positive person beam with more positivity, or make a negative person salivate with the prospect of feasting upon an easy prey. Being physically abused may make a positive person reflect upon how horrible such abuse is and how he would not wish the same upon anyone else, while a negative person may abuse others out of vengeance and hatred. Therefore, being nice to evil, showing it how to act positively, sending it love and light, and acting chivalrously toward it usually ends in complete failure for the sender and a full stomach for the intended target. Negative forces do not play by the same rules as positive forces, as they have no respect for respect and no empathy for empathy. One cannot transform evil, merely help it evolve. Yes, negative forces are on a path of evolution. They are evolving toward the Creator just like positive beings. The only difference is that they are evolving toward the sleeping half of the Creator associated with matter, lack of free will, and determinism. Therefore, if one cannot transform a negative being, one can only cautiously provide the opportunity for change on its behalf and allow it to choose its own way. One can at least help it evolve, which also helps oneself evolve. This is done by acting responsibly and not feeding them. One learns how to better defend oneself, and they learn how to better attack their targets. Within the negative hierarchy, beings force each other to evolve through constant competition, tricks, manipulation, extortion, and violence. Within the positive network, beings help each other evolve through creativity, compassion, teaching, sharing, and learning. To be positive or STO consists of two qualities: having gained the lessons required to interact harmoniously within one's polarity, and having gained the lessons needed to interact vigilantly with the opposite polarity. And here lies another fault of YCYR, the idea that all is love and light, and one need merely think fluffy thoughts and put on rose-colored glasses, and all will be fine. Another aspect to disinformation is missing information. Here, New Agers are taught only half the equation. Christians are taught the same thing with the turn the other cheek idea, which is actually a corruption of the original meaning of the phrase. The half of the equation they do possess involve the ideals of creativity, compassion, teaching, and so on. But when it comes to dealing with negative forces, they are wholly ignorant and unprotected sheep. This is another principle that negative beings count upon, for it makes their targets easy to feed upon and control. When opposite polarities interact, problems can occur if the positive being treats the negative being as though it were positive. Rather than simply behaving nicely, being inclined toward STO means not feeding STS. Being positive means not feeding negative. No matter one's polarity, the only way a negative being will learn is through resistance against its manipulations or attacks on the part of the other. If one were of negative polarity, one would often take the initiative to attack another less powerful negative being. But if one were positive, one would only act in self-defense and never actively provoke anything, merely respond if one's response was requested by another being through its act of aggression. The best way for positive to interact with negative is to not feed them, to act only in response to a hostile request, to stick up for oneself if attacked, and to pick one's battles wisely. Treating them as though they were positive only feeds them more and burns oneself out, like the short-circuiting of two batteries incorrectly connected. This reveals yet another ploy of the dark side, that of creating the illusion that a hostile being is just like the positive target. Matrix agents such as organic portals, for example, utilize the soul energies of their targets to mirror back at them their personality and essence. This is a method of spiritual camouflage. The target then stays open to manipulation and feeding. And since the predatory behavior of the organic portals often contradicts the image they maintain in the mind of the target, there will be confusion and psychological friction in the mind of the target, which generates more energies to be consumed by the organic portal. The trick in dealing with organic portals is in realizing who and what they are, then adjusting one's perceptions, emotions, and actions to reflect that new awareness. Because they are less evolved than their targets, passive protection of knowledge/awareness often works very effectively in stopping their attacks. If this does not work, then asserting one's free will by standing up against them and coolly putting them in their place is necessary. There are no limits. In truth, there really are no limits. But how easy is it for one to shed present limits? Is it enough to merely think to oneself, there are no limits, and off one floats above the ground as gravity, formerly a limit, no longer remains part of one's reality? The fault of YCYR is in making the phrase, there are no limits, appear more general, easily applicable and achievable than it really is. While one exists here in physicality, there are several types of limits. Illusory limits are those that truly do not exist, except in one's mind as a consequence of one's lack or suppression of awareness. These include such things as personal insecurities, false beliefs about one's intellectual or physical abilities, glass ceilings, and subconscious programs. Practical limits exist at the boundaries of one's spiritual evolution. They are things one is not capable of because one has not evolved to the point where one can do them. Surpassing these limits requires spiritual evolution, often through struggle and the active use of knowledge/awareness. Imposed limits are those placed upon one by beings with higher free will than one. They may be aspects of one's own consciousness, such as one's higher self. These limits are mere handicaps, placed upon one so that one can exist within this reality and learn other lessons. One such limit is the veil of amnesia one is born with, which prevents one from easily remembering all one's other incarnations. Not knowing them, one starts each life with a fresh page, keeping only one's soul essence from one's last life. This system maximizes the richness of experience and the rate of spiritual evolution. Were one to recall all one's lives all the time, life would get boring very fast, and old habits would become very hard to drop. Another imposed limit is one's predominant inability to communicate telepathically or move objects with one's mind. Could one do this, the world would be a much easier place in which to live. There would be no secrets, no new world order. But one did not come to 3D Earth to have such an easy life. Earth is like a weight training room. Resistance all around, the quickest way to bulk up. Too little resistance, and progress is slow. Too much resistance, and progress is impossible. The purpose of true reality creation is to remove unnecessary weights so that resistance is just right. The greatest example of an imposed limit is that of physicality, including all its laws which are nicely described in the laws of physics. Negative forces abuse physics through their technology, which can result in manipulations so cunning that most people cannot even fathom their existence. Practically speaking, then, there are indeed limits. What one must do to surpass these limits determines how objective they are. Illusory limits are mainly psychological, and getting rid of them will do wonders enough in one's life. No limits are insurmountable. It is just that some limits are damn hard to break through. When YCYR says there are no limits, it accurately states that illusory limits are not real. However, one would be a fool to think that the phrase applies to all types of limits, that imposed or practical limits are as easily bypassed as illusory ones. Some extreme forms of YCYR do incorporate this idea, and its followers think that reality is so much a function of their belief that they need merely believe they are invincible, and so they become it. Never mind that they lack the spiritual evolution and awareness to do so, and are attempting to violate their own higher free will. They think they can exist in a world without limits just by changing their 3D mind or subconsciously programming themselves through visualization or affirmation. While this does work great to rid oneself of illusory limits, other limits remain. Now, there are cases of people who can levitate, teleport, bend spoons, and so on. Mind is definitely capable of bypassing the laws of nature. One holds a contract with physicality, which states that all collectively agree to participate by its rules. The world of imposed limits is indeed held up by self-imposed limits, but to break through these limits, one must be at the same level that one created the limit to begin with. For example, if one imposes upon oneself a limit made on the subconscious level through some trauma followed by autosuggestion, then it is on that subconscious level which the limit must be removed. If it is the higher self that holds the agreement with physicality, then it is the higher self which can break that contract. Let the distinction be made, however, that using technology to levitate, teleport, and time travel is a way of manipulating physicality itself, not one's higher self. It is clearly unwise to think that one can, at a lower state of consciousness, void the limit created and imposed from a higher state of consciousness without actually going there. Going there is often the lesson of the limit in the first place. Some of these imposed limits can be forcefully surpassed through intense meditation, but it is a way of short-circuiting one's evolution for the gain of a few new tricks. The tricks themselves are not bad, merely premature. When the timing is right and they are well-earned, they will be put to good use and aid one's evolution. Occult practitioners of the black arts try to develop their psychic faculties without a corresponding increase in beingness, which only results in their descent further into the maw of the negative hierarchy. For all these reasons, while there are no limits as they can all be surpassed someday, and somehow, due to one's present physical and mental nature, one cannot break through all limits just yet. It is necessary to be aware of what limits one is truly up against, and which ones can be changed or avoided. Negative forces with lower free will, or higher negative forces who do not wish to violate free will, but rather coerce their targets through deception for the purposes of consuming them fresh and whole, use illusory limits to the fullest extent possible. Illusory limits are those one gives power to, despite their actual non-existence. Non-existent limits do not violate one's free will. If one gives them power and imposes those limits upon oneself, they were indeed inspired by negative forces, but actually implemented by oneself, and thus the negative forces do not dirty their hands with one's free will violations, for there is no violation if one imposed it upon oneself. Imposed limits, such as physicality, can be used against one by negative forces as well. If one is falsely accused of a crime, engineered so by clever negative forces, and is consequently jailed, what keeps one behind bars is the solidity of the walls and threat of apprehension and violence if one tries to escape. In this way, despite physicality being voluntarily maintained by a higher aspect of one's own consciousness, it is being used by negative forces against one. One's higher self does not sit idly by, not noticing any of this. It allows it to happen to teach one a lesson. Should the case arise where negative forces attempt to physically harm one in such a way that no lesson is learned and many other future lessons would be postponed, the higher self can intervene and rearrange the linear timeline so that negative forces fail. In this way, some people are protected from harm despite massive targeting by negative forces. Nevertheless, the possibility that physicality itself can be used against one is reason enough to actively use one's knowledge and prepare for contingencies. Concerning illusory limits of the subconscious nature, be aware that subconscious programs are actually surrogate motivators. This means they are passive redirectors of one's will and can in themselves open one up to undesirable probable futures. Before, it was mentioned that struggle often accompanies spiritual evolution. Struggle does not always mean pain. It simply means active application of one's will to progress and learn. As an analogy, rock climbing can be considered a struggle, but it is still fun for many who do it as a sport. When it comes to spiritual evolution, painful struggle is actually unnecessary, while fun struggle is the ideal way to evolve. Psychologically painful struggle happens for one main reason: the dissolution of old subconscious programs. Struggle itself is an aspect of spiritual evolution, but the pain results from having to uproot old programmed illusions that one has held near and dear all one's life. The more programmed one is with the old ways of viewing the world, and the more inertia one has against change, the greater the pain accompanying spiritual evolution. It is not a matter of struggle versus no struggle, but painful struggle versus fun struggle. Like a stuck rudder, programs or surrogate motivators make it difficult to get one's boat traveling in the right direction. Moving forward anyway creates friction, which eventually heats and dissolves the programs, but not without causing some discomfort. Progressing without pain can only happen in two ways. Either one has already evolved to the approaching level and is merely retracing one's steps, or one is struggling with a fun attitude. However, painful struggle can also be a sign that one is venturing beyond the planned boundaries of one's pre-incarnational objectives and the recommendations of one's higher self. This is most evident if one feels like one is moving against the grand flow. Things are going terribly in life. It takes much to succeed, and one must often employ negative or STS tactics to do so. Falling into STS is like sinking into quicksand. It is a struggle to stay afloat, and even more of a struggle to get out. One's painful struggles in life are always the results of errors committed or allowed by some part of oneself, which placed one temporarily into a negative orientation that now requires restitution. If one is painfully struggling for any reason other than dissolving one's subconscious programs or resolving karmic issues, it is very likely that one is not acting in alignment with one's higher self. Like assembling flat-pack furniture, if one is struggling and things keep turning out horribly, one is not following the instructions. Fun struggle is accompanied by a thrust or intense motivation, an inner glow of joy and enthusiasm, and results in a hearty satisfaction. This is the ideal way to evolve spiritually and virtually guarantees that one is on the right path, in alignment with one's higher self. When in this flow, events in life click into place perfectly. Once one is relatively free from negative surrogate motivators, one is following the flow of the right destiny current and can simply let go and have fun with life, struggling but evolving in a positive manner. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Lack of struggle is equally suspicious. Fun without challenge, without inner satisfaction, often comes from surrogate motivators influencing one's actions and perceptions. More often than not, something like this is considered fun because it is a lack of pain, be it social, physical, or psychological pain. For example, if one is programmed with social expectations that drinking and partying are key steps in securing one's self-worth, and that not having a bar life makes one lame and unaccepted, then one can squander away much of life in a drunken stupor, blissfully thinking all is fun with this programmed lifestyle. Much of humanity is lost on a permanent detour off their primary intended life path, due to these surrogate motivators which have been grafted onto their minds from birth via clever programming by negative forces through media, culture, religion, and sometimes directly through abductions and mind control. Getting rid of these grafts is the first and best action one can take in one's quest for a limitless reality. This will accelerate one's evolution, and soon practical limits fall away until an evolutionary state is reached that is equal to the state where such limits were imposed. Those limits then dissolve as well. Another trap of YCYR and the New Age paradigm has to do with resolving issues and removing karmic debt via cheap gimmicks which only give a temporary illusion that things have been fixed. They are merely patched over and ignored. all the while festering beneath an inflated, happy persona. Resolving karma can only happen through forgiveness that permeates deeply into one's subconscious. It is subconscious regrets and grudges that make one choose to incarnate again with karmic life experiences to resolve them. Hypnosis is one of the few methods that can resolve karma without having to go through these experiences, because this forgives the issues on the subconscious level where they reside. All karma necessitates is the learning of a lesson, not necessarily the experience of karmic events. If such lessons can be learned under hypnosis, then all the better. Nevertheless, there are those who ignore their issues rather than confronting them, who try to act positively, think positively, but are doing nothing to get rid of their surrogate motivators via an active increase in their awareness and utilization of knowledge. Rather than learning a lesson, they would rather do some meditations, clearing sessions, crystal work, or other methods to cover up the warning signs that those lessons must be learned. The way they try to think and act is opposite of what they are on the inside, and this conflict builds up a lot of anger and anguish. It is amazing how many people who claim to be love and light new agers are actually two-faced, petty, flaky, and moping individuals. They are an example of the fact that there is no shortcut to learning. Evil is the absence of good. A rock lacks the quality of good, but it is not evil. So lacking good does not make something evil, and evil therefore is not the absence of good. Evil, characterizing the negative forces, is a force unto itself. It exists as an independent, though parasitic creation. The sleeping half of the creator, to which all those on the negative path are evolving, lacks any and all creativity. This is why matter itself, though conscious, has almost no free will, and is thus characterized by physical laws which allow the perfect prediction of all future states of such matter, not counting quantum effects, which arise from the interface between the conscious and sleeping halves of the creator on a subatomic level. If it can be predicted, it can be controlled, and thus it has no free will. The point here is to emphasize that negative forces lack creativity. This is not to say they are boring, but merely limited in what they can do. They are always one step behind positive forces, because the latter have the upper hand spiritually when it comes to metaphysical sovereignty and who gets to control whom. The negative hierarchy, despite having its own individuality, must exploit positive beings and consume their soul energies because they themselves lack originality, creativity, and need entropy, and use the creative soul energies of positive beings, which such beings suckle from the Creator by virtue of their spiritual purity, to counteract the entropic nature of their own evolution. A clock, once wound, will wind down again unless more energy is put into the system. Negative forces need the creative energy to keep up what they are doing, otherwise they will decay. So evil is not the absence of good because it has its own identity and free will, though it does depend upon good for its survival, because it is parasitic in nature. YCYLR is once again faulty in inferring that since evil is the absence of good, evil can be negated just by putting some good in its place. An evil person simply lacks good, according to this idea, and so being good to that person and bombing him with love and light will fill him up with goodness and thus erase the evil, much like annihilating a hole in the ground by filling it with dirt. Of course, in truth, evil has its own solid identity and prefers to feed upon good. So YCYOR is the perfect mechanism allowing them to do this. Nothing happens to you unless you allow it. This is true, but the question is, which part of oneself allowed it? If one stands in the street and a truck is barreling toward one with no intention of stopping, what will allow it or prevent it from running one over? Is it the part of one that is reading this right now, who decides things as mundane as picking up a newspaper or making some toast? Or is it the part of one considered the higher self? Obviously, it is something like the latter. That is, unless one has personally evolved in this body to a state identical with one's higher self, in which case reality becomes plastic to one, since then one can break the contract with physicality. And do not let YCYOR fool one into thinking one is by default functionally identical with one's higher self, unless one can stop bullets in midair like Neo at the end of the Matrix. One can only allow/prevent things that have less free will than oneself, and then only with proper awareness to direct one's will in the right direction. Depending on one's level of evolution, these allowances or preventions can range from stopping attacks from lower negative entities, to influencing whether or not one gets pulled over by a cop this weekend, or whether one's car makes it through without a breakdown on a road trip. These things involve situations with elements that have less free will than one does, and therefore one can influence them. One is directing one's influences downward on the spiritual hierarchy, and that is absolutely fine by all universal laws. While most everything that happens to one has been allowed at some level or other, there are exceptions. There exist times when, through the leverage of one's ego-level free will, one takes actions oneself which mess things up. One example is suicide. If one commits suicide, the higher self will not reinsert one in a corrected timeline where it did not happen. It can make it more difficult to carry out, however, to get one to think twice about one's decision. Examples include a gun jamming or rope breaking, etc. In this case, it was allowed to happen, but by oneself personally, not one's higher self. When a negative entity more powerful than oneself attacks, this is allowed by the higher self because nothing negative that can harm one exists on an equal or greater level than the higher self. It therefore has jurisdiction and authority to control and correct all that happens beneath it, though the higher self has the wisdom and knowledge to do this with utmost discretion. When an event happens, be it an attack, an accident, a synchronicity, or something pleasurable, most likely it happened for a reason. It would be wise to reflect upon possible meanings and extract the lessons as efficiently as possible. If not, the lesson may be introduced again and more unjustified pain introduced. The reason may be as simple as that an attack happened because it could. The lesson would then be to ensure that it cannot happen again. The preceding half of this article listed and described the faults of YCYR. Numerous as these faults are, the idea of reality creation is based upon much truth. One must be careful not to throw out the baby with the bathwater, to discard the facts because of errors in their interpretation. Just because YCYR is dangerous, not all variations of reality creation are necessarily false. It does not mean that reality is so objective that one's thoughts, feelings, and beliefs have no effect upon it. That reality is nothing more than harsh struggle for survival by tooth and claw. Manifestation and requesting are real tools available to one that, if used properly and wisely, can make one's life as easy as it should be. What it all comes down to is the following. One incarnates in this life to learn a certain set of prearranged lessons. Through synchronicity, one's higher self guides the flow of one's life on an archetypal level to introduce these lessons when one is ready to learn them. It is up to one, via one's free will, to determine how one turns these archetypal scripts into concrete experiences. One chooses how one learns one's lessons, the easy way based on awareness, or the hard way based on ignorance. Under ideal circumstances, one always learns these lessons the easiest way, which is a way most closely aligned with the mindset of the higher self, a virtuous spiritual position endowed with awareness and discernment. But there is much possibility for going astray. Because one has free will, one can commit errors. Even worse, negative forces exist to trick and manipulate one into straying as far from one's life path as possible. There is no wrong path through life, as all lead to one learning the same lessons in the end. Nevertheless, the farther one strays from the easiest path, the more lengthy, convoluted, and painful the path toward learning that particular lesson. Thus, for every given lesson, one chooses the degree of painful suffering necessary to learn it. If one chooses with discernment, no suffering is necessary. The more ignorant one is, the more painful one's struggle. Pain, anguish, and suffering out of ignorance are what negative forces feed upon. They have a vested interest in manipulating one into making ignorant choices. Instead of going home on a clear and straight highway, they trick one into taking a long detour with many toll booths along the way. The proper use of manifestation and requesting is to help one learn one's lessons as easily as possible. Because learning lessons is all that matters, there is no virtue in choosing the most painful struggle toward achieving them. That is actually a sign of ignorance. Ideally, learning them should be fun, and if one is aware and makes good use of what knowledge one has attained, learning will indeed be enjoyable. Not all lessons must be experienced with pain, because it is obvious that clever people can learn from the mistakes of others. This arises from the concept that, in truth, all are one, on a fundamental soul level. and learning from the mistakes of others is an action that illustrates one's correct understanding of this principle. Always having to experience something negative for oneself is a sign that one is separate, alone, and more individuated than one truly is. The price of that ignorance is having to suffer through a painful experience. Experience is a means to an end of learning a lesson. Those who make experience the end goal are going down the negative path. There are two ways to end the pain of an unnecessarily arduous path. One either fights to get back on track, such as completing karmic issues or eradicating subconscious programs, or one ignores the pain and continues on the detour thinking all is fine. The latter path is one advocated by YCYR, where serious problems are ignored rather than confronted and overcome. If one has made a bad choice in life and is presently painfully struggling because of this choice, the only thing one can do is stop straying even more. One must grit one's teeth and gradually move forward in the right direction. It may be difficult to do so, but going forward with a commitment to awareness and discernment is the only permanent solution. Those on the negative path are ones who have chosen the detour, the path of separation, and have accepted the resulting struggle as a way of life. Rather than getting back on track, they toughen themselves to face the pain and make an industry out of pulling others off track and into the wilderness to be fed upon. Their folly fools them into thinking that their fantasy interpretations of reality are objective. Manifestation and requesting are methods at one's disposal to help one stay on the smooth road, or to help one to return if one has strayed. Once one is on that road, one must still move forward. Manifesting and requesting are auxiliary methods to accompany the main thrust of one's existence, which consists of actively using knowledge to evolve and gather more knowledge, to change one's environment, which helps other beings evolve as well. Manifestation and requesting cannot be relied upon alone, but they should also not be abandoned. True Reality Creation, Part 2. Using proper manifesting and requesting in conjunction with initiative and action on one's part is the quickest way to learning the lessons one came here to learn. Manifesting is how one uses one's metaphysical abilities to synchronistically influence components of one's reality, including the lower free will beings in it, to keep one's life from being unnecessarily difficult. Requesting is how one allows higher forces in one's network to watch over one and guide one toward what is best for one's evolution and do things that one simply cannot do because of one's practical limits. The guidance, protection, and ease acquired from these two methods merely clear the path through life, but one must still make the effort, fun struggle, to progress and move forward through it. This is why manifesting and requesting, two components to reality creation, comprise only half of proper living. The other half is personal effort and action. YCYR promotes the idea that these two things are sufficient to create everything one needs, that no effort at all is necessary. Its followers become armchair experiencers. Like spectators of television football games, they may be watching exercise happen, but they themselves become increasingly out of shape. Doing reality creation without putting forth personal effort leads to an analogous situation, spiritual stagnation. Here is an example of the balanced application of reality creation principles with personal action. Let us say one wishes to get a better job. Just manifesting and requesting alone will often not be enough to make this happen if one does not make personal effort to send out resumes and go to interviews. Although possible, it is very unlikely that one can simply sit at home next to the phone and expect a company to call one out of the blue and offer one the job one wants. In addition to reality creation, personal effort is absolutely necessary to get results. On the other hand, consider the possibility that one is too skeptical or proud to even try proper reality creation. In this case, one can send out resumes and go to interviews, but one will find that one's luck is absent. One must apply a great amount of effort to secure that better job. If one does reality creation, however, one will find one's luck increasing and the perfect job popping up after just a few tries. In that case, one would have made enough personal effort to learn the required lesson, but because one utilized reality creation, which is part of one's toolbox in life, one did not have to struggle with more pain than necessary. In practice, however, one's higher self ultimately decides what is best for one. If one's effort at reality creation is in conflict with one's higher self's judgment, one will not succeed in getting what one wants. Often one will later find that what one wanted would have really been a bad idea had one gotten it. To clarify, just the right amount of personal effort is synonymous with fun struggle. More personal effort than necessary is defined as painful struggle in this article. Struggle or effort is necessary for spiritual evolution. Such effort is optional when one has already learned a particular lesson but is temporarily handicapped due to amnesia of that lesson. Thus, some people can do well with reality creation and not need to apply as much personal effort as others who require that effort to evolve. Reality creation works best for those who are most highly evolved, who do not need to learn those lessons from scratch. YCYLR makes people think they need less personal effort to get through life than they really do. Illusory limits make people think they need more personal effort. Both are traps designed by negative forces to make their targets either easier to prey upon or more productive energy sources. But remember, as far as manifesting is concerned, one can influence reality when it does not violate anyone's free will. Also remember that free will cannot be violated if it is not being utilized, and this fact alone allows one to create stupendous synchronicities that incur no spiritual detriment, just by manifesting one's virtuous intentions. So one does not need to be highly evolved, whatever that means to one. Just more evolved than the components of reality one needs change to fulfill one's manifestation. A mundane example is getting a good parking spot at the supermarket. One can manifest that reality, and most often it will materialize. What happens is that everyone else in the parking lot is too dazed to realize that they can do the same, and they will either miss that good spot reserved for one, or else someone will pull out just when one needs it. They will pull out at the right moment because their behavior was influenced by one's attempted manifestation to create that synchronous timing. That they pulled out at that precise moment does not violate their free will, either because the act is too trivial or because they were too unaware to behave otherwise. Awareness is what anchors one's free will to a particular thing. If one does not have awareness of something, one's free will does not claim it, and it therefore becomes easily malleable by forces who cannot or choose not to violate one's free will. The following 4 possibilities illustrate the rule of this principle. When one is aware of something no one else is aware of, one can change it easily by manifestation techniques, declaration of one's intent, and direct physical action. Because no one else is aware of it, one's change of this element of one's, and their, reality does not violate their free will. The only resistance one may encounter in this case is non-allowance by one's higher self, who may see some changes one is attempting to manifest as detrimental to one's learning curriculum. When one is aware of something that others are aware of as well, a potential tug-of-war between opposing free will may occur. Who wins depends on who had the greater amount of free will and the knowledge to utilize it. Should one have tremendous amounts of free will, or else are no longer bound to the realities of others, one's own reality becomes easily and directly changeable by one, as easily as is done in a lucid dream. But do not be fooled into thinking one is necessarily at that level already. When one is not aware of something that no other humans are aware of either, then that portion of one's environment becomes fluid, much like an unobserved particle becomes a wave function, an enfolded hologram. These elements of one's environment are most easily changed by beings who are aware of it, but who cannot or choose not to violate one's free will otherwise. Because one and no one else is aware of it, no free will anchors that element of reality, and it is free for alteration by lower beings or respectful higher beings. When one is not aware of something, but another human or entity is indeed aware, then that portion of one's reality coupled to theirs is easily altered by them. For such an alteration does not violate one's free will since one did not anchor it to that changeable element. These 4 possibilities follow from the laws of free will and how one creates one's reality in concert with others. These possibilities also follow from the macroscopic consequences of quantum mechanical laws. Schrödinger's cat, a classic thought experiment dealing with quantum mechanics, illustrates these principles, though given a few corrections to the experiment. The cat, which at any moment may be dead or alive, is physically shielded inside a box through which the scientist can gather no data to determine whether it is, in fact, dead or alive. In truth, it is not necessarily lack of physical perception that makes reality fluid, that allows the cat to be in a wave state of both dead and alive possibilities, but rather lack of conscious awareness of that element. The scientists staring at the box, wondering if the cat is dead or alive, are influencing and objectifying the state of the cat because despite not being able to see into the box, their consciousness is still directed toward it. They are still aware of the experiment and thus influence it. Consciousness of the cat aside, if the scientist went out to lunch and forgot about the experiment, and no one else in the world was thinking about the experiment either, then the cat is indeed in a wave state, including both possibilities. But the moment anyone focuses their attention on the experiment, whether they know the cat's state or not, the experiment reverts to a non-wave state. Therefore, when it comes to the fluid nature of elements in one's own reality, it is not enough to merely close one's eyes, but actually disengage one's free will from it by entirely forgetting about that element. This frees it up for influence by other forces. Thus, the less aware and alert one is, the more malleable or fluid one's reality is to other beings who wish to change it without violating one's free will. Having awareness of something locks it down, then only alterable by direct physical action, or only by metaphysical action on the part of beings with more free will than one who wisely override one's lockdown of that element of reality to ensure one's learning lessons flow in smooth sequence. Therefore, fluidity of one's reality is not necessarily detrimental, for most of reality creation requires such fluidity before reality can be reshuffled into what one demands or requests. The trick is in becoming aware of all possible changes, locking them down to prevent influence from lower negative forces, and then stating one's request specifically and honestly, which opens up one of those possibilities to fluidity. If one's request is specific enough, lower negative forces cannot take advantage of that fluidity because it only flows in a direction that is as one specified, without loopholes or opportunity for negative twisting. It is important to note that if one anchors one's free will to an element of reality that does not actually exist, but was artificially created by negative forces, then the creator of that artificial element essentially controls one through that anchor. These artificial reality elements can consist of false paradigms, false perceptions, subjective illusions, and so on. Another critical thing to realize is that when one does reality creation, unless it is in the form of manifesting which influences the behavior of lower evolved beings, reality transforms only because something higher than one's present state of consciousness made it change. Reality creation, in the form of requesting, changes reality indirectly via a higher force. This higher force often makes it clear to one that one was not the creator of that change, merely its requester. How does it do so? By fulfilling the request in such a way slightly different from the way one requested it. The synchronicities created to fulfill one's request often come as surprises, in a way one did not expect. The primary reason for this is to prove that one, the ego-level consciousness, is not complete master of one's reality. The secondary reason behind surprising synchronicities is that synchronicities in general happen most easily when that aspect of reality is fluid. It is fluid because one is unaware of it, which in turn leads to its surprising nature when the requested change materializes. If one makes a request, then keeps expecting it to materialize, never allowing that possibility to become fluid due to one's constant obsessing and lack of faith whether it happens or not. If one's request is indeed to be fulfilled, it must happen through elements of one's reality that are still fluid, not locked down by one's constant expecting, and thus consist of elements one is not aware of, which will seem surprising when they create a given synchronicity. This leads to the core issue of how reality works and how synchronicities happen. What one knows to be physical reality is nothing but a shared dream maintained by the collective consciousness of all who participate in this reality. The collective consciousness is bound via a central coordinating mechanism that may be called the grand matrix of physicality. Within this physical universe exist minor matrices, including that overlaying the Earth, known as the Earth grid. This is a local mechanism interfacing with the collective consciousness of humanity to maintain reality on Earth as one knows it. Like Einstein said, reality is illusion, albeit a persistent one. Its persistence makes it objective for all practical purposes, but its illusory nature makes it malleable enough to be influenced by one's thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. One's reality consists not only of the present state of things, but one's perceived past as well. The sum of one's present and past states of recorded personal existence comprise a particular timeline. One is conditioned to accept that the past is written in stone and are divided over whether the future is fated or if it is open. In truth, it is open because one has free will to change it, or rather, choose which future one manifests by one's actions and metaphysical influences. Those who think the future is alterable are comfortable with the idea of shifting through probable futures, but most are bothered by the idea of a shifting past. In actuality, the liquidity of the future is exactly the same as liquidity of the past. Causality only applies within timelines, and can be thrown out the window if one moves between timelines and has one's memories and anything that records the past rearranged in the process. Linear time, the idea that one's past is set and future yet to come, is all an illusion. Linear time is a product of one's mind, a limited interpretation of the way time actually functions. It is not time that moves past one while one watches, but one's consciousness which moves through various timelines and experiences. Everything physical, in all its manifestations and possibilities, has already been created and exists as a static hologram. What has not been created yet is the world path one freely takes through these possibilities, which particular experiences one chooses, and what paths one takes in learning a particular lesson. All probable futures have been created, but which of those futures one chooses to move into is open. All this is not to say that one is hopelessly lost due to the fickle nature of one's past and instability of one's memories, because changes to the linear past obey the same laws as changes to the present or future, which mean respecting free will. Manifesting and requesting things which materialize in one's future work best when they do not violate free will, and changes to the past follow the same rule. In other words, changes to fluid elements in reality does not only mean changes to present reality, but shifts in an entire timeline, past and present. Just as negative entities with lower free will cannot successfully attack one and manipulate one's future unless one allows them or has a lapse in awareness, so are they barred from altering one's past unless similar conditions exist. This is because past and future are identically structured. These negative forces, most existing in a hyperdimensional state beyond linear time, do not concern themselves with causality, with going back in time and changing key events, but rather merging an alternate timeline or dimension with one's current one, which is identical to pulling all of mankind onto that alternate timeline. Whether alternate timelines are merged into one's own, or whether one and mankind are pulled into the alternate timeline makes no difference, for both are the same concept. To these hyperdimensional negative forces, messing with one's timeline is simply a matter of moving one and all connected to one spatially across timelines into another, if they can. Because of one's free will and higher protection, they are very limited in where they can move one or which timelines they can merge with one's own. This is just another way of saying that they are limited in what elements of one's reality, which includes recorded past and present circumstances, they can change. All their timeline manipulations only affect linear time. Linear time is the progression of physical events which are in actuality already created and remain a static hologram of quasi-infinite possibilities. Linear time is like the time of a movie or audio CD, already recorded, but selectively playable. Actual time consists of one's progression of choices among these possibilities of experience, and is measured not in ticks of seconds, but in demarcations of lessons learned. The timeline manipulations cannot affect one's free will path through the spatial time plane unless that is what one chooses, though making a choice difficult for someone is not a free will violation if it does not keep him from making that choice. Choosing, the core process engendered by free will, is necessary to complete learning lessons in life. With choice denied, free will is violated, and a lesson is delayed indefinitely. Thus, while negative forces with lower free will cannot deny one choices, they can bias them toward one most benefiting to their agenda. For them, it is a gamble. If they win, one will make a foolish choice because one gave into negative principles such as hatred, laziness, greed, lust, or fear. In that case, they get some of one's energy, a partial conversion to their polarity, and the temporary removal of a potential threat to their agenda. If one wins, however, the more difficult they biased one's choices, the greater and quicker one's spiritual evolution, and the more invulnerable one becomes to further manipulation. This reveals the ultimate purpose of negative forces, which is to act as resistance for those striving in a positive direction, just as weights act as resistance for bodybuilders. When it comes to timeline manipulations, negative forces of lower free will can only alter one's timeline in a way that biases one's choices, that makes things more difficult for one. That is, unless they possess time travel technology which works on physical principles one agreed to in the contract with physicality, in which one's ego-level free will can indeed be violated. Disregarding that possibility, these changes will appear as negative synchronicities to one, also known as bad luck. One's higher self does not create bad synchronicities for one. It merely opens the gates and allows a few negative forces to do what they do best. The purpose of such bad luck is to alert one that a change in belief, perception, thought, feeling, and action are necessary. Whether one changes them toward a more negative polarity and carnally fight through them, or whether one follows a positive polarity, proceeds with wisdom, discernment, and fun struggle, is entirely up to one. One's goal is to learn the lesson and apply it, so that the particular timeline manipulation and resultant negative synchronicity does not happen again. Remember, when implemented by lower negative forces, it happened only because one was not aware of it, which provided an unguarded bridge into one's reality. Become aware to passively protect, and utilize knowledge to actively protect. So far, the article has concerned theory, discussing why YCYR fails, and why true reality creation works. My goal is to inform one about the importance of using all one's life tools and help opportunities, to be careful about assessing what one is truly capable of, and to proceed in life with awareness, wisdom, and discernment. One's learning lessons should be as fun and easy as possible. To continue, the subject of positive thinking needs to be clarified. The problem with New Age's version of positive thinking is that it comes at the expense of awareness, for it is a product of pure ignorance and denial. On a scale of awareness, there are two places where one feels blissful. Either at the point of no awareness, in which one wallows in ignorant bliss, or in total awareness, where one understands that there is nothing to worry about since all preparations have been made and lessons learned. YCYLR positive thinking urges one to be at the bottom of the awareness scale, while true reality creation requires having full awareness. True positive thinking is not denial or ignorance of the negative, but full awareness and understanding of how to deal with the negative. New Age positive thinking is merely a false fix, an attempt to suppress internal pressure and misery which arise because of fundamental misperceptions due to lack of awareness. If a pressure cooker is about to explode, it is better to turn off the heat than press down harder on the lid. With true positive thinking, one's awareness fosters correct perceptions, which lead to the correct emotions and actions to match a given situation. Perceptions, emotions, and actions are a balanced trinity when awareness is sufficient. The less awareness one has, the more unbalanced the trinity, with resultant detrimental effects which benefit negative forces. Unbalanced perceptions make it easier for one's reality and timeline to be manipulated, for attacks to happen through gaps in one's awareness. Unbalanced actions lead to self-sabotage, a missed opportunity to take active protection. Unbalanced emotions lead to either mechanization of the soul or an overflow of emotional energy, which are lapped up by negative forces who feed upon it. Gaining awareness and utilizing knowledge balances perceptions, emotions, and actions, solving all these problems. For example, one often mistakenly assumes that others act upon motivations that are identical to one's own. Given the same circumstance, it seems one would behave the same. In reality, there is more to behavior than environmental circumstance. One differs in individual experiences, what programs have been assimilated into neural circuits, genetic predispositions, what has been learned, emotional learning path, and the orientation and degree of sophistication of soul development. Often it is one's emotional learning path that determines, via acausal principles and shuffling of the timeline, what circumstances one is born into and encounters throughout life. This complicates the nature versus nurture dichotomy concerning human behavior. Nevertheless, the assumption that everyone is functionally equal leads to much emotional anguish when one fails to reconcile their behavior with one's own. A paradox arises because reality conflicts with one's assumptions, and one's attempts to solve the paradox without further awareness only puts one's heart through the perpetual grinding stone. In such cases, one's perceptions are skewed. For instance, one may mistakenly see a virtually soulless person as having a heart, and then attempt to rationalize how he could do such horrendous things if oneself could never commit such cruelty. False positive thinking would consist of ignoring the paradox rather than solving it. Changing one's perceptions via ignorance or awareness may both lead to emotional tranquility, but these comprise only 2/3 of the Trinity. The third element, action, differs between the two cases. Those who ignore the paradox will be incapable of taking appropriate action to rectify the source of their problem. But were one to gain knowledge about the true nature of this person, after necessary contemplation and discernment one may recognize his true nature. If he has no soul, for example, one would realize that he therefore has no empathy. In other cases, the person may have a different soul orientation from one's different experiences or differences in any of the other numerous physical, psychological, and metaphysical variables that bias free will and contribute toward human behavior. Being open to the idea that such differences exist prevents one from overlooking them. Therefore, in such cases one neither takes offense nor continues to perpetuate the paradox. This corrects one's perceptions, and one may then behave in an appropriate manner without spilling emotional energy. If any single element, be it perceptions, actions, or feelings, do not match and balance the others, one will be fed upon, exploited, controlled, and sometimes even sabotaged. For example, if one understands the nature of psychopaths and does not shed tears for their contrived dramas or get into rage over their intentional provocations, but neglects to take any action to stop them from doing so, they will just hammer away and feed off one in other ways. That is because despite one's perceptions and feelings being appropriate, lack of action creates the imbalancing factor. Likewise, if one has balanced perceptions and takes appropriate action, but one's feelings are in turmoil, these etheric vampires stick around to soak up the energy. All elements of the Trinity must be in balance. More generally, correct positive thinking means viewing life from an aware perspective and thinking/acting/feeling in a manner consistent with this new understanding. The more aware one is, the higher one's evolution, and if one is evolving toward a positive polarity, the more resonant one becomes with one's higher self. Feeling good emotions is secondary to becoming more aware and acting upon that awareness. For some New Agers, feeling good emotions is the primary goal, and actions or awareness is often neglected. Unlike this faulty type of positive thinking, the good emotions that result from correct positive thinking happen because of a true understanding of the situation. Without taking action, preparation is avoided, and ignorant bliss becomes short-lived. By taking action, preparation is made, and attacks are prevented or defeated. It is true that one attracts what one focuses upon. This does not mean that one can prevent what one ignores, however. Attraction of probable futures or merging of alternate timelines via manifesting or requesting does not prevent anything. It merely increases the probability of the focused possibility. Prevention requires not ignorance, but the active utilization of knowledge. How can one know if thinking positively about something is an act of denial or one of understanding? Sometimes one cannot. The best course of action is to think positively regardless, but always act upon one's awareness and do what one has to do, be it prevention, standing up to an imposing force, or actively deconstructing illusory limits. In this way, one attracts positive experiences, but also takes physical measures to prevent negative situations. The latter is missing from YCYWR, which leaves its followers very vulnerable to attacks. One rule of thumb that works well goes as follows. Let the heart be one's compass and intellect be one's flashlight. The heart shows one where to go. The intellect shows one where one is stepping. One's higher self does not fear anything, nor does it have hatred, jealousy, vengeance, lust, or greed. These emotions, among others, are to be avoided, but not suppressed. If one has to suppress them, this means one is merely patching over faults in one's perceptions rather than increasing one's awareness. One increases awareness by observing, thinking, contemplating, analyzing, theorizing, testing, feeling, and experiencing. One will know that one's positive emotions match one's perceptions and awareness if it thrusts one into taking action that cuts off the source of an annoyance at its root, that gets one to change one's reality via active participation. Due to illusory limits and programmed misperceptions, most have a more negative outlook on life than necessary. A negative outlook is one that makes one feel there are more limits than actually exist. When one has negative emotions, they consist of two parts. One subjective half induced by illusory limits, and the other objective half induced by provocations in the environment. To solve the problem of a negative emotion, change must take place both internally and externally. Internally, one must dissolve subjective emotions based on limited awareness by filling in perceptual holes with true understanding. Externally, one cuts off the source of an annoyance by taking action based on discernment. For example, if a person at work pushes one's buttons all the time, not only must one first understand his true nature and thus diffuse the subjective half of the negative emotions one would otherwise generate, but one must also take action and stand up to him or do whatever is necessary to get him to stop attacking, which then removes the other objective half of those negative emotions by cutting off its external source or removing oneself from it. It is not enough to only extinguish subjective emotions, because objective negative emotions remain unsolved and not acted upon. Thus, the external provocation remains. Ignoring objective emotions and failing to take well-planned action leads to a turn-the-other-cheek attitude, a submission to violence, and one remains a victim. Victimhood is not only a state of mind, but a state of inaction. There are some who think that merely changing one's mentality removes them from victimhood. Plenty of talk exists about ridding oneself of victim mentality, but that is only half of the solution. The other half is to rid oneself of victim behavior by not allowing the predator to feed, exploit, or control oneself. Although malleable, reality does have much objectivity, which is already explained as a consequence of contracts one has made with other beings and forces. Contracts made at a level one cannot break without evolving to that level or requesting one's higher self to make such exceptions. Because of the objectivity of reality, changing one's mentality is not always enough to solve a problem. Action is often needed. The proportion of mental to physical change required depends on the situation, of course. But to deny the objective component of such an experience is sheer ignorance, like in the case of a prisoner who thinks he is free just because he changes his mentality and tries to enjoy being imprisoned. Besides, is that not one of the aims of negative forces in their quest to manipulate, to get one to love one's prison or perhaps deny that one even exists in one? This is another trap of YCYR, to make one believe one's reality is more subjective than it truly is. In truth, one's prison is both psychological and physical, internal and external, and breaking out requires changes in both. When it comes to organic portals, to apply the preceding principles, one must first dissolve all subjective negative emotions within oneself by understanding what is really going on, and only then should one take action to remove the rest of the annoyance. If one attempts to remove an organic portal without first changing one's perceptions and diffusing the psychologically induced component of one's emotional response, the organic portal will simply feed off of one. Crudely put, their behavior will not change because one's over-emotional attempt to tell them off actually gets them off. By first understanding the situation, what emotions one does have left are objective, righteous, and in alignment with one's perceptions. These, the organic portal cannot feed upon. By taking action without submitting food, the organic portal has no choice but to retreat and find someone else to feed on. The benefits of true reality creation, when used in conjunction with personal effort and objective action, should be apparent by now. The remainder of this article describes two ways of how to apply reality creation. Manifesting. Once again, when it comes to manifesting, one can best influence elements of one's reality that one has already evolved beyond, whose associated lessons one has learned, and who exist in a lower frequency of awareness than oneself. The less evolved and aware one is, the more one stays slave to one's physical reality, and the more one might tend to rely upon technology to manipulate it into obeying one's will. If evolved, one is entrusted with the ability to change lower elements by virtue of one's relative higher awareness and discernment. If one tries to manifest something for negative reasons, either one's attempt will fail due to lack of awareness which generated the negativity, or else one will tarnish one's spiritual track record and impose upon oneself some karma. Karma is just a checklist of things one needs to experience to learn. Manifestation requires utilization of one's free will, the active employment of will, intent, and focus. Mere mechanical attempts at manifestation tend to fail, unless they are of an extremely ritualistic and symbolic nature, which actually comprises a way of hacking into reality. Ritual and magic is a type of technology, a crutch that atrophies free will and hitches one's soul to the negative hierarchy, if used as an ends rather than a means to an end. It is recommended that one stay away from ritual and magic, for they are not necessary, and tend to be detrimental methods of manipulating higher forces irresponsibly. Manifesting means changing one's reality without applying physical action. It is a facilitator of physical action, not its replacement. The basis of manifesting involves using one's mind to create or seek out an alternate timeline, an alternate possibility to the way things are now or will most likely go in short time. Present reality and that alternate reality must be made identical in order for manifested changes to materialize. How exactly one goes about doing this varies from person to person. What works for one might not work for another. To discover what works for one, just think back to all the times one actually got what one intended to manifest and what state of mind one was in. The following method and theory describes the author's personal application of reality creation principles, which may or may not be identical or similar to what works for the reader. Keep in mind that these are no substitute for direct action, preparation, fun struggle, or prevention. They merely aid these things, ridding one's life of unnecessary friction. Here is the method and theory used. First, one must be fully conscious to manifest something, which means planting one's mind firmly upon this point in space and time, becoming aware of the here and now. This channels one's will and energy into the actual present reality within which one exists, rather than sloppily diffusing it across random dimensions and moments, as is typical of daydreams or states of inattention. This energy will be used to bind present reality to the one intends to manifest. While maintaining this alertness of the present moment and location, visualize what it is one intends to manifest. This creates an alternate dimension, an assemblage of thought forms, a way of seeking out candidate timelines which match the intended manifestation. The best fitting timelines are automatically selected, ones that accommodate the free will of everyone whose realities are coupled to one's own. Last, one needs to merge one's visualized dimension or candidate timeline with present reality. This is done by identifying both of them as being the same thing, by intending and believing that what one visualized is present reality. One uses the feeling of full consciousness and awareness of the present reality to empower the visualized reality. They thus become bound together, and synchronicities arise to complete their merger. To summarize, first one consciously grabs hold of the present reality by focusing on this point in space and time, then constructs or selects an alternate reality by visualizing the subject of one's manifestation. One empowers that visualization with the feeling of presence gained from focusing upon the present reality, and then fully binds the two by seeing them as identical. This process can be abbreviated by skipping the first step and simply placing full focus and intent into the visualized reality. The purpose of the first step is just to get a feel for actuality. In other words, know what one wants, demand what one wants, and mean what one demands. The more specific one is in one's demands, the more likely it will happen. This is because manifestation requires the directing of will, and being specific directs one's will with precision. Being specific also shows use of awareness, the accurate pinpointing of one's demands rather than a blind shot in the dark. Whether manifesting is an act of wishful thinking or the positive use of one's abilities depends on whether it aids spiritual evolution, respects free will, is demanded with full consideration of truth, is directed downward on the spiritual hierarchy, and is even possible to achieve. On the one hand, it can be used for negative purposes and the control of others, or it can be used for positive purposes such as protection from redundant attacks and hassles. Whatever the case may be, keep in mind that the method of manifestation is only auxiliary, to be used for making things as easy as they should be, but cannot be relied upon to actually thrust one through life. Requesting. This method is also known as prayer, though it does not require kneeling or folding one's hands. When requesting something, one can direct it toward all positive and higher aspects of one's consciousness, including one's higher self, positive entities who are more evolved than oneself, and the universe itself. The point of requesting is to make use of the network one is part of, to allow higher aspects of oneself to do things that oneself cannot do because of one's limited evolution. They will help if they deem it a wise thing to do, if it does not hinder one's spiritual evolution. Unlike the process of manifesting, one is not sending one's will and energy outward to twist the arm of anyone or anything. One is merely announcing one's openness, making an earnest request for help from higher positive sources who normally respect one's free will and therefore do not intervene unless one gives them permission. Help from higher forces is unlike influence from lower negative forces who absolutely cannot interfere unless one gives them permission, which unfortunately comes in more forms than mere verbal submission. Other forms of permission include one's contract with physicality, personal displays of ignorance, and succumbing to subjective negative emotions. As the saying goes, God helps those who help themselves, and ask, and ye shall receive. Reality must be met halfway, and requests are only granted if one has first done everything one can do. In other words, do all one can do, and if one requests, the rest will be taken care of. Like manifestation, requesting is merely an aid to living. Its best application is in helping one get protection from things one cannot personally protect oneself from. Conclusion: one exists to learn and evolve. The nature of a particular reality one operates within reveals how such lessons should best be learned. This is because at some level, one chooses the circumstances of one's life to best facilitate one's evolution. Evolution progresses most efficiently when full use is made of all available resources, physical and metaphysical. Attempting to evolve while adhering to a purely physical paradigm results in unnecessary pain, friction, and interference. Trying to evolve while only following a metaphysical perspective leads to stagnation, vulnerability, and sloth. But combining both to create a balanced paradigm and approach to life results in efficient learning and evolving. One exists on Earth for a reason, which is to learn and evolve by both physical and metaphysical means, by transforming both oneself and one's environment in accordance with divine structure. Changing one's environment without changing oneself leads to irresponsibility and refusal to learn, while changing oneself without changing the environment is a selfish act that defeats many people's purpose for even being here. Change of the environment is simply the physical effect of a higher positive metaphysical cause, the creative influx of higher energies, which lead to personal actions which change the environment in a way that facilitates the evolution of all. Change of oneself means personally evolving by gaining knowledge and awareness. The purpose of physicality is to lock different beings into common dimensional arenas of interaction, so they can evolve via that interaction. Thus, the goal of physical existence is to personally evolve by helping others evolve, no matter the polarity. The objective nature of one's reality demands that it is not enough to change the world by merely transforming one's internal psychological and spiritual state. One does create one's own reality, but at a level beyond total control at this level of evolution. And thus there are some things one cannot change by merely changing oneself. These require utilization of knowledge, putting what one has learned into practice. Internal transformation and growth by themselves only have a passive effect upon reality by setting up synchronicities, passive protection, and other reality creation processes. These can only do so much. They cannot do all. The rest can be achieved only through active efforts, which occur when internal transformation guides one's actions. When it comes to seeking to materialize something positive, it is not enough to only think positively and do reality creation, but to take action and make it happen. And when it comes to protection, it is not enough to become aware of dangers and request protection or intend that they keep away, but to get into action and take preparatory or preventative measures. Reality creation facilitates action, but does not take its place. While YCYLR is a trap designed by negative forces to disarm its targets for easier consumption, True reality creation provides metaphysical tools which help one progress through one's learning lessons as efficiently and painlessly as possible. Manifestation and requesting are methods of true reality creation which make good use of one's position on the spiritual hierarchy between higher and lower evolved beings and forces. Matrix Reloaded explores free will, fate, and causality, three themes that may formulate the very basis of existence. Causality is a phenomenon whereby one cause is the effect of another. This axiom or assumption forms the foundation of orthodox physics. If all causes are known, then theoretically all effects can be known and predicted with absolute certainty. Causality cannot begin or end itself because, by definition, in a purely linear system, every cause is the effect of another preceding it, a causal chain that extends forever into the past. In truth, a causal chain is finite. It begins and ends with choice. Free will is the only true cause. All else is purely effect. Thus, free will is both beginning and end. Causality merely mitigates and facilitates free will by creating consequence from choice. From a physics standpoint, choice arises when indeterminate quantum states are made definite by the wave-collapsing ability of consciousness. Nonlinear systems are sensitive enough to translate quantum causes into classical effects, thereby allowing consciousness to initiate linear causal chains extending into the macroscopic world. Without multiple choices, there is just causality. When one perceives only one choice or one effect, one becomes a passive link in a causal chain initiated by someone else. The more knowledge and understanding one has, the more genuine choices one sees, and the greater one's role becomes as cause rather than effect. It is lack of knowledge that places one under the influence of causality. One cannot change what one cannot see, because without seeing one cannot choose. Fate is the causal consequence of choices made outside one's realm of linear time. Because one does not see one's fate, one cannot, or more accurately, one does not, change it. So one becomes a passive link in the chain of causality initiated by a hyperdimensional source. In the case of fate, that source is one's higher self, a greater aspect of one's being with whom one merges after physical death to review one's recent incarnation and plan another. In this planning phase, while merged with the higher self, one chooses the key lessons and events that characterize one's upcoming incarnation. Once incarnated, the original choice to learn those lessons has already been made. As the Oracle said in Matrix Reloaded, the point is to understand why they were made and therefore learn the lessons prompted by fated events. But free will is not subordinate to fate. Quite to the contrary, free will is the ultimate precondition of existence. Fate merely orchestrates, while causality executes. Free will does seem subordinate when it is not applied, as in the case where one does not know one's fate and therefore makes no choice to alter it. But fate can be changed if it is known. In their proper places, fate decides what lessons must be learned and why, while free will decides they are learned and when. Alternate events can lead to the same lessons learned, so it is not the mundane details of events that are ruled by fate, but rather their core meanings. Because free will decides the timing as well as the qualitative nature of how lessons are learned, neither timing nor quality of experiences is definite. Things of a game are real only within the game. Like any game, one's reality exists because it is consensually created by setting rules and limitations to define the nature of mutual interactions. In abstract terms, infinity is placed in a box, thus separating former inseparables into a structured reality composed of individual elements obeying definite rules. Mathematics, as it is known, details consensual restrictions upon infinity. All mathematical equations include a hidden variable representing the potential influence of free will. Because free will is absent in cases where rules are followed, this variable often remains silent. Nevertheless, it represents an exit from the game or program, a choice to break the rules and become an anomaly. Because the mathematics of a game is accurate and real only within the game, those who take choices delineated by its rules become predictable and easily controlled by those who know the mathematics, the why of an effect. It is this knowledge that allows manipulators to see and therefore strategically deny others certain choices. When denied the multiplicity of choice, people become passive elements in the causal chain initiated by those with power. What one does not see controls one via causality. To make a choice beyond those given by the game, particularly the game of physical incarnation ruled by linear time, one must have a connection to something beyond its boundaries. This connection allows the introduction of nonlinear variables in the equation of one's behavior. What cannot be predicted cannot be controlled. To be predictable is to be bound. Examples of such connection include higher knowledge and higher emotions, those originating from one's higher self. Higher knowledge allows one to see transcendent choices, while higher emotion helps one intuitively feel their possible existence. Incidentally, both of these arise from one's connection with the higher self, the same aspect that orchestrates fate. Because they share the same source, fate is often associated with higher knowledge and higher emotion. On rare occasions, one accomplishes the impossible or improbable because one is fated to do them, because one knew and felt that they must be regardless of the rules of the game. Choosing to attempt the impossible arises from two processes: the rational knowing of what must not be, and the irrational emotional drive to risk accomplishing what might instead be. Neo's fated choice to save Trinity despite the impossible odds demonstrates this perfectly. 1. He rationally knew that choosing the door on the right would lead to the assured continued survival but enslavement of humanity, a choice his predecessors foolishly made which he knew must be avoided. And 2. He felt an irrational compulsion out of his love for Trinity to risk everything and choose the door on the left, an emotion that opened him to unlimited possibilities and allowed him to do what the architect, with all his calculative perfection, could not predict. The architect is a character who demonstrates the limits and fallacies of deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning starts with fundamental axioms and deduces conclusions from them, attempting to know what is from what ultimately is assumed. The problem is that these assumptions are rooted within the game itself. Thus, they allow no deduction of possibilities outside the game. In contrast, reasoning via contradiction is superior because it is easier to see what is not than to accurately know what is. When choices within a game are eliminated as viable possibilities, finite mathematics declares none are left. But in an infinite universe where everything is possible, choices external to the game must remain. Every wall has at least two sides. What ends one domain begins another. Truth is internally consistent, meaning it does not contradict itself. So while deductive reasoning can mistakenly eliminate the truth from its conclusions when one begins with false assumptions, reasoning via contradiction always leaves truth as an option among its set of non-contradicted possibilities. It is the irrational impulses of faith, hope, and love that beckon one to explore these possibilities. If one takes a choice based solely on reason, because calculations indicate it is the least risky path to take with the most favorable outcome, one will remain trapped within the game because one is automatically denying all possibilities beyond those delineated by the game's rules. Like delusional mimes, one predicts, pretends, and thus concretizes one's limits. This works well if one wishes to advance within the game, but more is needed to evolve or expand in an orthogonal manner. True limits are to be tested, not manifested, though the weak are never willing to take that risk. But what is risk? Risk is the chance for failure, the chance of encountering a limit. It is a relative quantity because it depends on which goals one is attempting to reach, what limits one is testing, and whether failure is even a possibility. Some only take mundane risks to receive mundane rewards such as social attention, an adrenaline rush, or professional promotion, rewards given because of the game or program. Although they may seem like courageous risk-takers, these individuals tremble when faced with genuine risks that offer rewards given despite the game, rewards actually worth acquiring. Mundane risks are distractions, while worthwhile risks offer learning lessons and expansion for the soul. One's soul and its inventory of lessons learned are the only things that consistently survive physical death. Therefore, it is important to prioritize which risks are worth taking. Ironically, risks that test the game's limits are buffered by the influence of fate. Thus, they tend to be the least risky of all. One is fated to test the game's limits, to make choices based on one's knowledge of the past, objective awareness of the present, and faith in the future. One has entered this physical reality to learn how to eventually transcend it, to take risks by applying one's free will to learn fated lessons. When placed in proper context, such risks have no chance for failure because all paths potentially provide the needed lessons. On some chosen paths, One can learn the easy way, others the hard way, but either way the same lessons are ultimately learned. It is just a matter of time. While failure is not an option, stagnation is nevertheless possible when one refuses to choose to learn. Those preoccupied with the transitory distractions of the program are wasting away their finite lives. They encounter experiences meant to shake them loose from their hypnotic trances, but choose to ignore them and therefore redundantly repeat the same mistakes. As the architect said, they are given the choice to refuse the program but keep choosing to accept it. Due to the influence of fate, risks that the program deems most dangerous are actually the safest risks of all. They are only dangerous to the program itself because such risks allow individuals to escape its control. For example, the institution of public education deems dropping out to be the most dangerous risk to anyone wanting a successful career, and yet those with the most successful careers are often ones who did not follow that rule. Those who trade liberty for security become enslaved. They are sold on the idea of security as defined by the program, a definition engineered to perpetuate control. To avoid the necessity of making genuine choices and therefore taking risks, many give their free will to a surrogate chooser, thereby becoming a passive link in a causal chain initiated by the chooser. A causal chain is ruled by precise mathematics. One does X to affect Y. There is no risk involved when the outcome is certain, hence the illusion of security. Because abdication of free will is a precondition for participating in a causal chain, the price of resultant security is enslavement. True security is found in taking worthwhile risks, ones that provide fated lessons. Fate fully supports one's endeavors to take such risks because one has incarnated for that very purpose. While the program ensures safety via causality, fate ensures safety via synchronicity. The first is illusion, while the second is tangible. Synchronicity is normally defined as a meaningful coincidence, but its definition can be expanded. More generally, synchronicity arises from a chain of causality that originates outside the program. Because the program cannot see where the chain begins, where the original cause resides, it deems the phenomenon acausal. In context of fate, synchronicity is a causal chain that resides outside the program of linear time and space, aka physical reality. Synchronicities are whole packets of cause and effect spanning past, present, and future that are instantly inserted into the timeline. Because every synchronicity includes a definite series of cause and effect, it may be easy to rationalize the phenomenon as mere coincidence by claiming that synchronicity is simply a mundane product of mundane causes. But this logical fallacy cannot explain away the sheer improbability and meaning behind the synchronicity, which arises from the fact that the synchronicity and all its causal components are inserted as a whole into the timeline. Many think the future is variable due to free will. Until one is chosen one's next move, the future remains open. With a single application of free will, the distribution of possible futures shifts as some are prevented while others are created. But what most do not realize is that free will does not just affect the future, it can change the past and present as well. For example, a synchronicity can be created in direct response to a decision one makes now, but tracing back the synchronicity reveals it to be the culmination of a series of cause and effect that may have started yesterday. Prior to making one's present choice, yesterday may have been different. Linear time, as one knows it, is illusion. It is the finalized version of events recorded in the memory function of one's brain and the environment. Real time is variable and selective, meaning causal chains from beginning to end can be instantly inserted and removed at the command of free will. It is the cumulative recording of the last sequence of events that generates the illusion of continuity. The intervals of time between elements of a linear causal chain are imaginary. When the first domino is pushed, the last might as well have already fallen. Time only increments in intervals demarcated by free will choices. What one is reading now is the finalized version of an article, which up to the point of completion the writer is at liberty to edit. Between this sentence and the next, the writer might halt and choose to revise earlier sections of the article, possibly inserting or deleting entire paragraphs. But how would one possibly know? All one sees is the final product with no record of the actual sequence involved in creating it. If one understands this, then one can understand the illusory nature of linear time. The present is a fulcrum between past and future, A shift in the fulcrum will affect both. How one applies one's free will now has consequences that can span both ways on the timeline. Effects depend on the choice of cause, and individuals brainwashed by the program see only the choices that cause strictly future effects, choices whose consequences reinforce the illusion of linear time and the faux supremacy of causality. Making choices that affect the entire timeline requires connections beyond the program, choices that comprise the aforementioned worthwhile risks. They are transcendental choices based on the rational knowledge that the program's options are void and the irrational hope that greater possibilities must exist. Fated choices are ones that seem right because they feel right and there is nothing clearly wrong with them. They are not choices made because of limits, but choices made in spite of them. They are not choices that obey the program, but ones that are open to unlimited possibilities. Therefore, those who obey the program become prey to causality, while others choosing to transcend it are aided by synchronicity. The acausal phenomenon of synchronicity ensures that the program never succeeds in preventing individuals from choosing to fulfill their destinies. The higher self can override any actions, laws, or limits endangering that fulfillment because the program is never to undermine its purpose, which is to indirectly assist and accelerate the spiritual evolution of physical incarnates. Consequently, those taking fated risks need not search for safety nets to catch them, because failure is never a possibility in such cases. All that is needed is the knowledge of which choices to avoid and the desire to transcend the program's limits. Life then falls into place synchronistically. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Free will is the only universal constant. The rest is causality. Fate is simply a type of causality that originates beyond the limits of linear time, initiated by choices already made on a higher level of reality. As Morpheus said, everything begins with choice. Influence of free will. If something is predictable, then it has no choice of being anything other than what is predicted, and therefore has no free will. Nonlinear systems are ones where output need not correspond to input in a simple or direct manner. Often there is feedback involved where part of the output gets fed into the input and creates amplifying loops. According to chaos theory, the smallest triggers can have the largest effects due to that amplifying characteristic. A well-known example is the butterfly effect, where something as small as a butterfly can trigger the formation of a hurricane due to the sensitive nature of the atmosphere. How small can the smallest trigger be? In some cases, it can be as small as a single quantum process. Whether the wave of the particle collapses into one state or the other is correspondingly amplified by the nonlinear system into a large and observable output. Because the collapse of a wave function is decided by consciousness, nonlinear systems are a means through which consciousness can influence the observable physical world. The brain is an example of such a system. Whether a neuron fires or not could ultimately depend on decisions made by the soul to think a certain thought. According to quantum mechanics, everything is made of waves. Combining different waves in different proportions creates different types of objects. A wave existing in free space, one that is free from the influence of any external fields or forces, is not quantized, meaning it does not take on certain limited values. Such an amorphous wave consists of infinite possible values. But when the wave is placed in a box called a potential well, certain frequencies and probabilities are cut out. The wave then assumes a discrete number of possible values, thus creating a definite and distinguishable object. So, putting infinity in a box means creating one's reality by imposing restrictions upon what is possible. It is like forming a statue from a block of marble by chipping away the stone to leave only what one wants, or like creating a board game by setting up rules that determine what is not allowed within the game. These rules can be described by mathematical equations. But since such rules were ultimately agreed to or created by individuals, one is free to break them if one knows how. Therefore, all mathematical equations are never absolute. Because they are based on consensual rules, such equations have exceptions. Orthogonal means at right angles. An orthogonal expansion implies expanding in a manner perpendicular to the old way of being. It signifies a fundamental transition that is not just a continuation or recombination of the old, but an entirely new way of doing things. The Crossroads of Planetary Destiny. Guest article by Frey Jonah. 1 distinguishes a current in contemporary channeled information which casts fresh light on the past, present, and future. The story of the cosmos and of humanity's current spiritual challenge is presented in this article from the perspective of 3 contemporary channeled sources. 1. RA is the story in terms of cosmology and abstract metaphysical definitions. It is a sort of dictionary or primer for the subsequent material. 2. Bringers of the Dawn is an inspiring story of personal transformation against the backdrop of humanity's dark history and the approaching dawning of new light. 3. Cassiopeia explores the question of the state of man in all its aspects through research and the pursuit of clues in channeled information. The material seeks to turn metaphysics into an applied science of ascension. In 1981, Don Elkins, Carla Rueckert, and Jim McCarty began receiving channeled information from a group of entities identifying itself as RA. This information gives basic concepts for an understanding of humanity's history and short-term future. The Earth finds herself at the threshold of a transformation. The vibrations of humanity are part of the 3rd density, whereas the surrounding sector of space-time is moving into the 4th density. In the cosmic scheme of things, the 3rd density is a stage of development of consciousness where entities incarnate as individuals. These individuals must make a choice which determines the nature of their further evolution. According to the law of 1, the RA material, all which exists originates in and serves the one infinite creator. This can take place in 2 fundamentally different modes: to serve the self through serving others, service to others or STO, or through serving others via serving the self, service to self or STS. This is the fundamental duality which makes difference between things and thus experience possible. In human ethical terms, STS is the forces of darkness and STO is the forces of light. However, these do not manifest in their pure unambiguous forms in direct experience, hence the challenge of discernment. In order for a 3rd density entity to transit to the 4th density experience, it must choose between STS and STO. According to RA, either one shall be over 50% service to others or 95% of service to self, both goals being equally difficult to reach. The 3rd density Earth environment is throughout its history oriented towards service to self. This comes as a result of the decision of souls to incarnate on this planet in order to experience life under the control of forces of STS for accelerated learning. When one incarnates into the Earth 3rd density, one accepts the veil, which separates the conscious and subconscious, and one forgets the spiritual goals of the incarnation. The deeper nature of things is not directly visible for the 3rd density incarnate entity. The spiritual function of 3rd density is to distinguish between concepts and actions of STO and STS and to systematically bring the choice to application. The uncertainty of discernment inherent in this mode of being makes this a challenging task. According to RA, the 4th density state of being is radically different from the 3rd density. The medium is more transparent and the spiritual energies of beings are directly perceptible. Physicality exists, but is in greater degree under conscious control. Beings naturally form so-called social memory complexes, which are groups of individuals with a telepathically shared pool of knowledge accessible to all. Bringers of the Dawn and the Pleiadians, a classic of the New Age literature, Bringers of the Dawn, channeled by Barbara Marciniak, was published 11 years after the start of the RA contact, in 1992. The channeled group of beings, the Pleiadians, give keys for understanding the situation of man. They speak approximately as paraphrased below. Human beings are spiritual renegades. Their task is to anchor the frequency of light to assist in the transformation of the Earth. Light is information. They bring this light to Earth, which has since time immemorial traveled in darkness and ignorance under control of fear and limitation. They are members of the family of light. 500,000 years ago, the Lizzies, the reptilian aliens, gods of their ancestors, won a battle against the forces of light over the control of the planet. Ever since, the Lizzies have manipulated humanity culturally, religiously, and genetically to keep them locked into ignorance and fear. The Lizzies are jealous gods of fear and limitation who use the energies radiated out by their captive humanity as their food, which they cook to their taste by keeping humanity in constant fear, ignorance, and conflict. It is the task of human beings to awaken ancient memories. It is their task to reconnect humanity to its true potential, which has been unexpressed all these millennia as a result of genetic and spiritual manipulation of the species. They have chosen to incarnate at this time in order to be players in a momentous cosmic drama, to have living the planetary nexus of change on their spiritual resume. Many beings from all over the cosmos are watching with bated breath, placing bets on how they will handle their awesome task. The Pleiadians come from a future where Earth lives under a tyranny. They have traveled back to the relative past to change the future. They are storytellers extraordinaire. They stimulate with light information to awaken ancient memories. The planet is being bathed with cosmic energies which are awakening the sleeping secrets and powers of DNA. As one progresses from a two-stranded DNA to the glorious original 12 strands, one's being is transformed into a multidimensional being. As the point of junction draws nearer, one will increasingly reconnect with one's light and dark parallel aspects in other dimensions, which are all converging on the present location and timeline to be united and healed. The transition is a crossroads to which many paths lead and from which many probable timelines spring. Much in the cosmos depends on the free will choices made by those in incarnation on Earth at this critical juncture. The Pleiadians have come to remind of the importance of the task. They help by reminding of one's place and power, and one helps them by opening the door to a possible future of freedom. Cassiopeia, the third source of information, is the Cassiopeia material, received since 1994 by Laura Knight Jaksic. This channeling, as well as research inspired by this channeling, still continues. The material forms an extensive review of history, metaphysics, esoterica, politics, and the alien issue. Laura Knight Jaksic paints a picture of the hidden forces governing the human condition throughout history, ranging from aliens of ancient history to their influence on present-day political forces. Laura sees the world as a laboratory where incarnating souls may undertake esoteric work in preparation for the coming transition. This work consists of recognizing the rich symbols of everyday reality in their archetypal meaning. The Cassiopeian slogan, "Knowledge protects, ignorance endangers," places the emphasis on the fact that man must distinguish between influences of STS and STO in daily existence in order to attain sufficient polarity for the coming transition to the fourth density. The specific genius of Laura Knight Jaksic is her capacity to perceive connections and patterns across an astounding field of information, ranging from history to natural sciences to esoteric tradition. While RA and Bringers of the Dawn are lectures or general metaphysical question and answer sessions, the Cassiopeia material is tightly interwoven with Laura's personal quest for the roots of the human condition. The material cannot be separated from the quest, which it subtly guides in the form of clues whose meaning is often only seen much later, following surprising avenues of research. Thus, the body of material consists of articles mostly by Laura about her findings, supported and annotated with relevant channeling excerpts. The raw channel material is also available on the web, about 1,000 pages altogether. Beyond the information channeled from the Cassiopeians, Laura draws on ancient and contemporary movements for the spiritual development of man. Elements of the Gurdjieff work, or the Fourth Way, concepts of Gnosticism, Sufism, alchemy, and others are seen. The starting point is that the most various paths of transmission may carry fragments which may be variously twisted or corrupted. Indeed, history is a political process, and the accounts have more often than not been edited to suit the historian. The spiritual heritage of man is a varied tapestry, where gems of truth may be mixed with manipulation and disinformation. Study and research themselves develop one's faculty for discernment, upon which the goal of spiritual development depends. The best starting point is the Wave series of articles by Laura, published on the www.cassiopeia.org website. The Wave is the Cassiopeian term for the transition to the fourth density. The series discusses the physical and metaphysical controls which circumscribe the estate of man, synthesizing topics as diverse as UFO abductions, manipulation via religion, genetics, mind control, government, and science. As the transition draws near, activity on the planet heats up. The spiritual orientation of the awakened part of humanity at the point of transition is the cosmic prize, which selects the nature of the timeline to follow. This prize, humanity, is the object of the battles of the gods. This archetypal battle is reflected on the earthly plane as alien activity, earth changes, wars, tyranny, extreme greed, etc. Groups of people are pieces on the chessboard of the gods. The orientation of a group determines which archetypal or fourth density energy the group represents and transduces to the earth plane. People choose their destiny, and by extension the planetary destiny, by choosing which cosmic archetype they align to. In the final instance, the choice is between STS and STO. The archetypes of ancient legends, such as Perseus, can be seen as symbols of higher realities. Thus does mythology acquire its original esoteric significance. The choice of man is whether to be a hero, victim, damsel in distress, or a devouring monster. The lesson of the third density is to learn to distinguish between the many and varied archetypes which all seek expression via humanity. The work is first discernment, then systematic application of the principle so that one can gather sufficient spiritual polarity for the coming transition. This brings the point to the required purity of choice, which was already encountered with RA. Conclusions. What the three sources have in common is the idea of a coming cosmic transition around the year 2012, by which time a certain degree of awakening and choice is needed. Many predictions cluster around the year 2012. See for example 12.co.uk for a sampling. According to the three sources, free will and consciousness are at the root of all existence. Everything, from inert matter to living beings, is a result of consciousness. In this sense, all are part of the one infinite creator. The degree of freedom experienced by a being depends on the degree of consciousness development, which determines the so-called density of the being, thus also governing the laws of nature, time and space perception of the being, the nature of its interface to other beings, and so forth. All three see the earth and all else as a school. The final exam at the end of this grand semester of 300,000 years is ongoing, between now and 2012. This is a grand conference where the best at both service to others as well as service to self are an incarnation. Another point of agreement is to see humanity as being under the control of various forces of STS, which utilize mankind as an energy source. The Matrix movie is a popular allegoric story of this. So what can man do about all this? Wake up. Principles of Spiritual Evolution, Part 1. Spiritual evolution is about growth of being, an ever-brightening of the God part that is one's consciousness. Knowledge is the crucial cornerstone of this process, but a cornerstone alone provides no shelter. Unaccompanied by other principles like faith and love, knowledge stagnates and fails its purpose. Progress requires conscious application of several groups of synergistic principles in a balanced manner. They are as follows: knowledge/awareness/wisdom, faith/hope/love, and humility/forbearance/levity. Omitting or marginalizing any of these principles either stunts or corrupts the process. Explanation: one will attempt to define each principle within the limits of practicality, so suitably modify these for oneself. Knowledge is gained by the conscious reflection and integration of experiences, observations, and thoughts. Conscious reflection is what distinguishes memory from understanding, as the latter requires it while the former does not. Knowledge encompasses both, being not just the memory of facts, but also the understanding of objective truth. Awareness is attention of the present moment, applied in context of prior knowledge. Knowledge broadens awareness by highlighting aspects of reality previously not noticed. With greater awareness comes a wider field of perception, sharper focus and alertness, and better readiness to acquire new knowledge and apply what has already been learned. Wisdom transcends linear time and concerns the understanding of absolute metaphysical truths. It applies to the past, present, and future without fail. Wisdom is the understanding of divine principles, of the relation between self and others against the backdrop of creation. It is knowledge tempered with love, or love tempered with knowledge. Faith is trusting that in creation, all things are possible. It is the suspension of disbelief. It works where knowledge fails. While knowledge stops at every precipice, faith leaps across it. As knowledge further refines knowledge, faith expands it. Simply put, knowledge is deterministic and faith is non-deterministic. Expanding knowledge requires leaping into the unknown, an act that knowledge finds irrational, but faith finds necessary. Making paradigm leaps requires faith, not blind faith in what one chooses to ignore, but pure faith in what one cannot yet know. Hope is knowing that in creation, all things are possible. It is the reconciliation between faith and knowledge, of knowing that having faith allows one to accomplish the impossible. Hope is confidence in non-determinism, freedom from bondage to causality. It comes not from the ignorance of facts, but from the recognition of higher truths demonstrated by miraculous experience. Love is the vibration of infinite truth. What resonates with love aligns toward the Creator. Seeing with love means seeing with the eyes of the Creator, a perspective chosen to be undistorted by prejudice, intolerance, ignorance, or separation. With love, all things are made possible because anything that is of the Creator is understood, allowed, accepted, and forgiven. To feel love is to feel the joy of remembering the divine unity of all existence and acknowledging the absolute truths within and before one. Loving another means recognizing the common God's spark within them and therefore caring for their spiritual evolution as much as one would for one's own. It is compassion without pity. Humility is having awareness of one's relation to the finite and infinite, that everything with a beginning has an end, and that any being regardless of rank is infinitesimal in the framework of infinite creation. Humility is not about belittling or exaggerating oneself, as that is either false modesty or hubris, but about knowing one's place and size in the grand scheme of things. It is choosing truth over ego, verity over self-importance. Humility begins with gratitude, an attitude that allows one to acknowledge truth without resentment by being thankful for whatever learning opportunities are received. Forbearance is knowing that every event has its proper time. This builds tolerance for difficult situations and patience for events whose time has not yet come. The doors of opportunity open when time is right. Having forbearance means aligning with the pulse of synchronicity. Rather than choosing which doors to force open, one chooses which open doors to walk through. This requires faith in letting things fall into place and awareness of opportunities when they arrive. Levity is having a sense of humor and a lighthearted approach to life. Without it, one overestimates the reality of illusion. Levity puts situations in their proper context, the divine framework in which everything is a learning lesson and learning is fun. One can laugh at what once seemed serious because one learned its lesson and since realized its purpose in one's life. Levity is the choice to see this humor not just in past experiences, but in present and future ones as well. These three groups provide the minimum requirements for stable spiritual evolution. Each principle in a group supports the other two principles, and each group balances the remaining groups. This creates a whole greater than the sum of its parts. A balanced configuration offers the optimal route toward accumulating wisdom, increasing free will, and manifesting one's spiritual potential. With this balance, life becomes effortless at best, challenging at worst, but never a struggle. Consequence of imbalance. An imbalanced or partial configuration slows progress and creates opportunities for corruption. The resulting pain, discouragement, struggle, or depression alerts one to what requires attention. It is easy to see what one principle without another can bring. Knowledge without humility leads to intellectual arrogance, and humility without knowledge leads to self-deprecation. Levity without faith becomes nervous laughter, and faith without levity becomes anticipation. Faith without knowledge leads to foolishness, and knowledge without faith becomes stagnant. After pondering the other combinations oneself, it should become clear just how important each principle is to the whole. Buildings fall when built on poor foundations, and the downfall of countless organizations, individuals, or belief systems can be traced to imbalance or omission among these principles. Imbalance destroys either via the natural process of implosion or by offering vulnerabilities opportunistically exploited by malevolent forces who have a vested interest in slowing or corrupting the evolution of all under their influence. Anyone targeted by negative forces would do well to strive for balance because a fortress with a missing wall offers no fortification. Origins of imbalance. Where does imbalance originate? Primarily from the triad of ignorance, stupidity, and naivete. These may best be described as follows. Ignorance is a choice, stupidity is a condition, and naivete is temporary. This is said not with condescension or insensitivity, but with the aim of accuracy and practicality, as euphemisms and political correctness only obscure the truth. Naivete is a temporary lack of knowledge and awareness concerning a particular truth. This state eventually remedies itself, as it is just a matter of time before an unknown truth is learned. Therefore, naivete deserves no blame. The naive student is open to a truth, but simply has not yet encountered it. Stupidity is the inability to grasp a particular idea due to its perceived, overwhelming complexity. It also deserves no blame because stupidity is a condition that one can do little, if anything, about, as it stems from the natural shortcomings of one's mental abilities. Ignorance, however, is the choice to ignore truth even when presented with it. It is a conscious decision to deny or turn away from the truth in favor of more trivial pursuits. Ignorance cannot be remedied by anyone other than the person who holds it, for any attempt to change his mind only reinforces his decision. Such a decision cannot be commended, but it must be respected if free will is to be preserved. Ignorance improves to naivete with the simple choice to open one's eyes. Discernment necessitates being aware of the subtle differences between these when interacting with others and getting to know oneself. For example, while naivete welcomes truth, ignorance rejects it, and stupidity misperceives it. A debate arising out of naivete is an exchange of information that ends when mutual understanding is reached, but a debate founded on stupidity or ignorance becomes an argument that rarely resolves itself. All are uniquely ignorant, stupid, or naive concerning various areas of knowledge. So this is no opportunity for judgment or prejudice lest one succumb to hypocrisy. Imbalances by themselves merely slow progress, which is really no big deal, since even slow things eventually reach their destination. The real concern is corruption of the process, as that implies heading toward an entirely different and unintended destination. Free will allows this to be so. Although one incarnates with a general pre-planned outline of key experiences and lessons which structure the course of one's life, the free will of oneself and others allows for deviations from the optimal manifestation of this plan. Life experiences as learning lessons. There are easy and hard ways of learning the same lesson, and a missed life lesson repeats itself in alternate ways. Lessons become as painful and difficult as one's skull is thick, so ignorance guarantees drastic experiences. Having conscious volition to see the truth as soon as possible speeds and smooths the process, often eliminating the necessity for harsh experiences when the mind is receptive to subtler versions of a lesson. The general purpose of life lessons is to catalyze one's growth of being, to increase soul strength. In the human case, this often requires emotionally charged experiences because emotions provide a type of energy that temporarily boosts or retards what one is capable of doing depending on how they are used. Without this boost, one would be reluctant to transcend limits or explore new ground because one's motivation would depend solely upon old ways of being and doing. The efficient use of emotions in a learning experience increases soul strength and expands knowledge, and thereafter nothing more than the newfound understanding is required as motivation when facing similar experiences in the future. On the other hand, emotions can retard progress if they limit what one feels one can do. Learn to separate emotions that limit from ones that open to new possibilities. The value of positive and negative emotions depends upon what one does with them. Positive emotional energy can be used directly to put knowledge into action with gusto. The role of negative emotions. To be of any use, negative emotional energy must be transformed into positive after the truth they accompany has been acknowledged. When confronted with a shocking truth, a person usually experiences negative emotions as the initial involuntary reaction. In those cases, negative emotions serve as wake-up alarms that rudely awaken a slumbering mind. But after getting up, there is no use in keeping the alarm going. Maintaining a state of negative emotional shock longer than necessary turns it into a choice rather than an involuntary consequence. This would be like holding the clock to one's head while going about the day, relentlessly listening to its blaring sound. Why would someone do this? Maybe complaining about the pain gains him sympathy from others. Maybe suffering makes him feel like a martyr. Or maybe because since an alarm clock serves to wake him up in the morning, then it should continue to increasingly wake him up with every passing minute of the day, right? In the end, this attitude would instead leave him stressed, tired, and deaf. Indulging or wallowing in negative emotions leads to stagnation, victimhood, and severely weakens spiritual resiliency. While negative emotions arise involuntarily, there is no excuse for choosing to continue them beyond their initial function as alarm clocks. They must instead be transformed into positive emotional energy and reunited with the truth originally alerted so that the latter can be put into use effectively. Consciously seeing truth in context of its divine significance accomplishes this, as does choosing to see and apply the truth with an attitude of love, humility, and levity. While negative emotions alone can motivate one into taking action, such action is far from impeccable. Knowledge combined with positive emotions allows one to accomplish the same with greater efficiency, safety, precision, and skill. 3 stages of learning lessons. With the preceding section in mind, one can see that there are generally 3 steps involved in the successful learning of a lesson. The first stage precedes the lesson and consists of ignorant bliss, a vulnerable state of emotional positivity that remains so because it has been undisturbed by truth. The second stage is the negative emotional shock that comes from realizing the truth. In the third stage, negative emotion is transformed and the resulting positive emotion is united with truth. The third stage, that of positive awareness, is stronger than the first and more effective than the second. Ignorant bliss valley of darkness positive awareness. Positive emotions open one to progress, and awareness shows any pitfalls to avoid. Not only realizing the truth, but viewing it in full context of its metaphysical significance is the first step in transforming negative into positive energy. Symbolically, truth is a sword that in darkness merely cuts, but when exposed to light also emits a radiance that turns away danger. Ignorant bliss is going unarmed in the sunlight. The sword of truth is found in a valley of darkness and despair. It must be retrieved from the valley and brought into sunlight to exude its total power. However, if one's heart glows early on with faith and a strong love of truth, the sword will be energized by this inner light even amidst the valley's darkness, thus allowing safe passage into sunlight. Getting lost in the valley with no inner light to empower the sword puts one in direct battle against the creatures that dwell there, and eventually turns one into one of them. Harmful negative emotions. Negative emotions serve little purpose when they are unaccompanied by truth. The blaring of an alarm clock after one has long gotten out of bed only annoys and distracts from daily duties. This metaphor manifests in several ways. One example is obsession, the investment of energy without return of knowledge. When one repeatedly dwells on the futility of some disparaging situation, negative emotional energy is wasted. A stuck car spinning its wheels for too long damages its engine. Another example of harmful negative emotions is when they are directly induced by malevolent forces as part of a psychic attack seeking to undermine one's faith and disrupt the harmony of one's spirit. This happens very frequently among truth seekers because they are primary targets. Although truth can be shocking, it is in the interest of these forces to amplify and perpetuate the negative state, for this not only slows and possibly corrupts the esoteric progress necessary to evolve beyond their grasp, but this also creates an abundance of negative energy upon which they feed. These types of negative emotions color the truth rather than result from it. The choice to succumb to such negativity weakens spiritual resiliency, creates imbalance, and opens further opportunities for even deeper attacks. Continued indefinitely, this gradual weakening process ends with the truth seeker successfully incapacitated. Any imbalance among the principles of esoteric evolution invites this possibility, especially when the imbalance is due to insufficient knowledge, love, or humility. Thus, beware especially of ignorance, obsessive negativity, and self-aggrandizement as these unlock the castle gates and invite danger. Conclusion: in reading this, keep in mind that discernment is the ultimate necessity in flexibly applying any guideline, as formulas and rules are bound to have exceptions which malevolent forces eventually exploit. Discernment is the application of free will, applying knowledge and wisdom in a balanced manner to fit the unique circumstance. Believing that any single source of knowledge holds the complete truth, or subscribing to any rigid system of belief, marginalizes the role of discernment and therefore makes one predictable and easily controlled or corrupted. Knowledge, awareness, and wisdom provide the bricks of spiritual evolution. Faith, hope, and love places these bricks in line with the divine blueprint. Humility, forbearance, and levity provide the mortar that gives the wall its strength. All are necessary, and their roles must be balanced. Seek with love and understanding the truth and beauty in all one encounters. Principles of Spiritual Evolution, Part 2. Part 1 was a general guideline discussing the minimal requirements necessary to ensure stable spiritual evolution. The key consisted of incorporating into one's life a balanced trinity of fundamental principles: faith/love/hope, humility/forbearance/levity, and knowledge/awareness/wisdom. The fault with many philosophies and religions is that one or more of these basic requirements is ignored, forming a structural weakness that potentially leads to collapse. This collapse is hastened when weaknesses are further exploited by malevolent forces seeking to sabotage the efforts of truth seekers about to evolve beyond their control. Since Part 1 is essentially complete in itself, Part 2 shall merely expand upon a few of its themes. Here, focus will be given upon the necessity for both knowledge and love rather than strictly one or the other in any methodology for spiritual evolution. To summarize, knowledge accompanied by negative emotions may produce positive physical results, but negative metaphysical consequences. Likewise, love accompanied by ignorance may lead to positive metaphysical results, but negative physical consequences. Both in balance and in conjunction with the lesser principles of the aforementioned trinity results in strength on both physical and metaphysical planes. Because the enemies of truth attack on all fronts, physical and metaphysical, one would do well to seek progress and reinforce defensive strength on these planes. The proper role of negative emotions was explained in Part 1, whereby they served as wake-up alarms alerting to an internal or external danger. Beyond this function, they serve no benefit. By becoming aware of the truth they signal, and then letting the realization of the truth's greater metaphysical context transform the negative emotional energy into positive, the quality of energy thus formed helps one apply the truth in the most efficient manner possible. As stated, without the conscious transformation of negative into positive emotional energy, the truth can still be applied, but not as efficiently and not without detriment to spiritual resiliency. Wallowing in negativity undermines any gain in knowledge due to the discordant effect it has upon one's soul, and because it puts one in greater resonance and contact with malevolent forces and harmful experiences. It should become clear from experience and contemplation that positive feeling and positive thinking are the best routes toward positive action on both physical and metaphysical fronts. Falsely justifying negativity, it is absolutely imperative that one strive for both knowledge and love. One might resist this idea by saying, negative emotions make up part of who I am. To counter these would mean cutting off a part of myself, leaving me incomplete. Since lack of wholeness leads to disharmony and imbalance, I should not counter my negative emotions. Though this excuse sounds attractive, it is fallacious for the following reasons. While negativity may indeed be part of one at the moment, does one expect it to remain part of oneself forever? Who one is now should not limit whom one chooses to become. If one expects one's future self to be more evolved than one's present self, how will one become this purer self other than striving toward it step by step, choice by choice? One can accept oneself in totality each step of the way and still make progress, not by cutting away part of the whole, but rather by transforming and purifying it. While one can be in complete harmony with the self may not always be in complete harmony with creation. Only by first accepting oneself as a whole can one choose to bring the whole gradually into harmony with creation. When one experiences a negative emotion, one can and must accept it as part of who one is in order to allow it to serve its purpose as a learning catalyst. But once acknowledged, one can then choose whom one will become by taking the next step and refusing to entertain or indulge in this negative emotion. Rather than cutting off negativity cold turkey, which only leaves an unnatural vacuum, this is done by replacing a negative thought with a positive thought, a negative emotion with a positive emotion. When the accompanying truth is properly integrated via deep contemplation and understanding of its greater context, this transformation happens naturally. In this way, one remains whole and in harmony with oneself. while simultaneously progressing toward greater levels of knowledge and love. Another common objection to the idea of striving toward positivity and awareness is the difficulty of doing so, or that there is futility in striving to attain something that cannot be reached due to the imperfections of the human mind and challenging conditions of human life. To answer the latter objection, realize that one need not worry about whether one can reach the North Pole in order to begin walking north. As long as one step is north of the other, one will have progressed. How else can the destination possibly be brought closer? Every step counts, and the smallest of steps is infinitely greater than no step at all. As for the difficulty of trying to remain positive, understand that positivity is a choice and not a consequence. By default, a rock naturally moves from high to low when it falls as a consequence of gravity. But one can choose to make the rock move upwards against the tug of gravity by lifting it. Likewise, while one's reactions to an internal or external impulse is negative by default and is minimally a consequence of genetic and social programming, one can choose to defy this programming by willingly seeking to act positively or transforming something negative into something positive. For example, what would otherwise be a depressing truth can be made into a positive truth by choosing to view it in context of its greater metaphysical significance. Rather than the truth being watered down or sugar-coated, it is one's palate or sense of taste that is expanded to make the bitter truth taste sweet. This way, it is the self rather than the truth that changes, which is the whole goal of spiritual evolution anyway, to evolve the self, particularly into congruency with the higher self. Properly transforming a negative thought and feeling into a positive thought and feeling merely changes the way one thinks and feels about a particular truth. It does not add or subtract from the truth itself. It is the raising of a barbell against gravity, rather than its release into freefall, that builds the muscles. Likewise, the difficulty of attaining and maintaining positivity and awareness is what builds spiritual strength. Sugarcoating the truth or anesthetizing oneself to the truth via selective denial is like cheating oneself by using lighter weights. Indulging in negativity is like lifting weights incorrectly and causing muscle damage. But just as sore muscles can be a sign of a good workout, so can the pain of a muscle injury due to incorrect exercise fool one into thinking proper progress is being made. So those who attempt to evolve while indulging in negative emotions may misperceive the pain of spiritual damage as a sign of spiritual progress. They might even see the pain as an end rather than a means, which creates the foolish condition of martyrdom, conscious suffering for misguided ideals. But most importantly, there is no substitute for lifting the weight oneself. One cannot pay someone to do it for oneself. Likewise, only through personal choice to put in the appropriate effort, introspection, contemplation, enlightenment, and transformation can the spiritual muscles be strengthened. How to transform negative into positive. To get a better idea of how to handle and transform a negative emotion, let us survey some metaphysical resources on the subject. The RA material contains a description of how both positive and negatively oriented entities utilize the emotion of anger. The entity polarizing positively perceives the anger. This entity, if using this catalyst mentally, blesses and loves this anger in itself. It then intensifies this anger consciously in mind alone until the folly of this red ray energy is perceived not as folly in itself, but as energy subject to spiritual entropy due to the randomness of energy being used. Positive orientation then provides the will and faith to continue this mentally intense experience of letting the anger be understood, accepted, and integrated with the mind/body/spirit complex. The other self, which is the object of anger, is thus transformed into an object of acceptance, understanding, and accommodation, all being reintegrated using the great energy which anger began. The Law of One, Book 2, page 108. In other words, rather than lashing out blindly at the object of anger, one would do better to first center oneself, then turn inward and focus upon the feeling of anger itself. Feel it as one would a bodily sensation. Once one's attention is removed from what originally provoked one, anger is cut off from its generating source, and what is left is an internal free-floating quantity of energy. One's freed attention is then able to see the folly of this anger due to its uselessness, an act which can often make one laugh when one finally realizes the ridiculousness of the situation and how one initially reacted. By accepting what has happened and how one reacted, one can then begin seeing oneself and what provoked one from the proper bigger picture perspective. Once composed and collected, one can then confidently solve any remaining external problems. In the end, one will have grown from choosing to act positively rather than react negatively, protected oneself by feeling positive rather than negative, transformed and integrated the emotional energy rather than burying it within oneself via denial and repression of the initial feeling of anger, accepted who one is in totality, and likely avoided a reckless confrontation with whatever or whomever provoked one. The Kybalion gives good advice on how to transform negative emotions directly. This is useful when negative emotions arise without any visible provocation. Many factors can create seemingly baseless negative emotions, ranging from mood swings, chemical and hormonal fluctuations, and biorhythmic cycles to electromagnetic suppression of one's emotional state, psychic attack, the triggering of a post-hypnotic command installed during an abduction or via an implant, and the presence of negative thought forms, as will be explained later. In these cases, one may not know what is putting one into a bad mood, only that one is in one. Also, unlike the negative emotions that initially accompany a shocking learning lesson, these types of negative emotions stem not from shock, but from direct physical or metaphysical induction. In other words, they are products rather than byproducts, and the lesson to be gained in dealing with these seemingly fruitless negative emotions involves the use of willpower and personal discipline. To change your mood or mental state, change your vibration. The Kybalion. One may change his mental vibrations by an effort of will, in the direction of deliberately fixing the attention upon a more desirable state. Will directs the attention, and attention changes the vibration. Cultivate the art of attention by means of the will, and one has solved the secret of the mastery of moods and mental states. To destroy an undesirable rate of mental vibration, put into operation the principle of polarity and concentrate upon the opposite pole to that which you desire to suppress. Kill out the undesirable by changing its polarity. The Kybalion. This is one of the most important of the Hermetic formulas. It is based upon true scientific principles. It has been shown that a mental state and its opposite were merely the two poles of one thing, and that by mental transmutation the polarity might be reversed. This principle is known to modern psychologists, who apply it to the breaking up of undesirable habits by bidding their students concentrate upon the opposite quality. If you are possessed of fear, do not waste time trying to kill out fear, but instead cultivate the quality of courage, and the fear will disappear. Some writers have expressed this idea most forcibly by using the illustration of the dark room. One does not have to shovel out or sweep out the darkness, but by merely opening the shutters and letting in the light, the darkness has disappeared. To kill out a negative quality, concentrate upon the positive pole of that same quality, and the vibrations will gradually change from negative to positive, until finally one will become polarized on the positive pole instead of the negative. The reverse is also true, as many have found out to their sorrow, when they have allowed themselves to vibrate too constantly on the negative pole of things. By changing one's polarity, one may master one's moods, one's mental states, remake one's disposition, and build up character. Much of the mental mastery of the advanced Hermetics is due to this application of polarity, which is one of the important aspects of mental transmutation. The Kybalion. Although this is stated rather clearly above, it shall be rephrased. To change a negative emotion, fix one's attention upon the opposite emotion until it transforms, degree by degree, into that polar opposite. This works for a couple of reasons. From a metaphysical perspective, one empowers whatever one focuses upon. So naturally, the positive emotion will grow in intensity as the negative emotion diminishes if one fixes one's attention upon it. Also, it is easier to change the degree upon a scale than transforming one scale into another. From a physical perspective, fixing one's attention on a positive idea creates a feedback cycle wherein one's hormonal and neurochemical makeup begin matching what one is holding in mind, thus reinforcing it. That emotions can be chemical in origin is no excuse for refusing to attempt to transform them. Via the mind-body feedback cycle, the body can respond positively to positive thoughts, and thus a reorientation of the soul can reorient the body. Although this may involve the release of endorphins and other pleasure chemicals, understand that the body and soul are coupled and will therefore mirror what happens in one to the other, both ways. What matters is where the initiative originates, body or soul, therefore whether it aims to serve physical or metaphysical ends. When the mind decides to think positively, these pleasure chemicals accompany the thought to provide a physical means toward a spiritual end. If instead drugs were used to anesthetize oneself against a negative emotion, then this constitutes a physical means toward a physical end, which might in many cases be detrimental to one's spiritual learning path by suppressing the necessary emotional catalyst for learning. The Cassiopeans, read the warning first, provide a succinct answer to this issue of positive and negative emotions. If you choose, you may have only positive emotions. This was in response to an individual attempting to argue that negative emotions were part of who he was and were thus necessary, which constitutes the fallacy already dissected earlier in this article. The Cassiopeans responded by subtly revealing the core ingredient necessary for transmutation of negative into positive: choice. Thus, one can truly choose to have only positive emotions, regardless of what excuses the ego can come up with for indulgence in further negativity. The RA material advises similarly with the following. There is no necessity for negative thought forms regardless of pain distortions. The elimination of such creates the lack of possibility for negative elementals and other negative entities to use these thought forms to create the worsening of the mind, complex deviation from the normal distortions of cheerfulness/anxiety. Law of One, Book 2, page 17. This segues straight into the next topic: how negative thoughts and emotions can lead to spiritual detriment. Here, RA mentions that negative thoughts can create negative thought forms which can be used by malevolent forces to worsen the condition of individuals who have created them. Consequence of negative thinking, harmful thought forms. What is a thought form? In the conventional sense, it is a non-physical entity created from thought energized by emotion. Thoughts are real things on the mental or imaginative level of reality, and when empowered by emotions, these thoughts gain added dimensionality into the etheric and astral levels as well, increasing their power to affect things in the physical. A negative thought energized by negative emotions creates a negative thought form. These etheric entities exist much like eddies in a stream of water, borrowing their existence from its flow. However, in addition to owing their existence to the individual who created them via his thoughts and feelings, by having a life of their own, they often return to their creator and induce within him further emotions to feed upon them. This is how people can become slaves to their negativity, not just by habit, but by these very thoughts gaining life on the astral/etheric level of reality and becoming energy parasites, so to speak. They can just as easily dissipate when starved of negative emotions, so choosing to remain positive goes a long way toward freeing oneself from their negative thought forms. RA suggests that these thought forms can be employed by malevolent forces as supplemental agents of attack. The book Brotherhood mentions this phenomenon in the context of the mass thought forms generated by mankind. And the enemy? Who? What is he? Only the entitized form of the mass selfishness of men, that vast accumulation of the evil thoughts and passions of men's lower nature appropriated by masters of evil, grown great and powerful by their stealing and feeding off of the vital forces that their unsuspecting dupes at their instigation had poured into such evil thoughts and desires, thus giving them direct power over men through men's life force now absorbed and incorporated into their master nature, which they could thereby easily use to bend men to their will. Brotherhood. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. This describes very well the etheric thought form component of the matrix control system. The other components consist of the following: the phenomena of hyperdimensional manipulation of mankind by advanced negative entities, and the institutional and social manipulation of humanity by their human counterparts in the New World Order. Negative thought forms have their own gravitational field that tends to negatively bias the thoughts and feelings of individuals exposed. So a large and concentrated group of people thinking and feeling similarly can potentially overpower the independent thoughts and feelings of those nearby. For example, entering a densely populated city in which the predominant mood is negative can often lower one's mood, even without any specific incidents provoking such a mindset. This goes to show that not all negative emotions are accompanied by specific events which function as learning catalysts, but rather the soul grows from the very act of choosing to assert its individuality over the impinging collective thought form by remaining positive despite the negative bias. As should be evident, even when negative emotions are used as wake-up alarms alerting one to a truth or catalytic event that needs to be acknowledged, recognizing the truth without transforming the negative emotion into positive can cause problems on the metaphysical level, particularly in the creation of negative thought forms. So in the case of a truth seeker garnering attention from the so-called masters of evil, or equivalently fourth and fifth density service to self entities, the more truth he learns and applies, the greater his caution must be against indulging in negative thoughts and emotions, for the thought forms he creates via this dangerous expenditure of energy and caustic form of thinking can come back to haunt him, literally. Via mind programming and psychic or electromagnetic means, malevolent forces often seek to bias a truth seeker toward negative thinking and feeling, as this opens him up to attack should he choose to wallow in them. Only through caution and the choice to stay optimistic, faithful, and aware can such an individual avoid this trap. Because the process is gradual, it is never too late to benefit from turning around a negative mindset. Consequence of negativity: harsher learning experiences. There are reasons other than the effects of thought forms that make extended negativity dangerous. One's emotional learning path, consisting of how one chooses to respond emotionally and mentally to experiences, greatly determines what is experienced. This is because in the metaphysical sense, one experiences what one needs to experience in order to learn a particular lesson. If one's needs call for highly painful experiences due to ignorance and inertia, then that shall typify the nature of one's experiences. Conversely, if one is astute and quick to learn from past mistakes, present experiences, and the mistakes of others, then one can learn intended lessons with less need for shocking experiences. Generally, having an ignorant or negative mindset and emotional nature requires greater shocks to teach a lesson, while having a happy-go-lucky but aware mindset puts one in greater congruence with the mindset of the higher self, and thus allows lessons to be learned more smoothly due to the proper attitude. Negativity increases sabotage by malevolent forces. Sabotage and encounters with malevolent forces would certainly qualify as a negative learning experience. In fact, it is in the vested interest of these forces that one be as ignorant, negative, and reactive as possible, so that one's higher self approves of their hostility, since the shocks they provide would then match one's chosen emotional learning path. In other words, that what they do would be entirely the result of one's free will actions necessitating such drastic measures. The only problem is that these forces do not care about what one needs, but rather how much they can get away with. So in this sense, they are reality hackers, attempting to bypass or disable one's firewall of free will. When they succeed, it is by trickery more so than blunt force. For example, rather than eliminating a targeted individual right away, which may be impossible due to his emotional learning path not being conducive to allowing such action, they may wear him down bit by bit. They may provoke a targeted individual into reacting negatively by externally biasing his emotional state and then triggering its explosion with a manipulated incident. Using this expended negative energy, they reinvest it toward increasing the strength of their next attack. This continues with the target's defenses growing weaker each step. Although he chooses each step of the way to continue letting the attack happen, the consequences of his earlier choices to ignorantly indulge in the provoked negativity increasingly makes it more difficult for him to choose otherwise. All this depends greatly upon what physical, spiritual, and psychological weaknesses he has, since these weaknesses are where malevolent forces tend to attack. Ultimate consequence of negativity: reprogramming, death, or reanimation. Needless to say, should the careless truth seeker choose to consistently succumb to these negativities, he will inevitably face death, heavy mind programming, or possibly reanimation. In reanimation, rather than an individual expiring permanently, his body continues living, though with the residing consciousness either reprogrammed or replaced. He may continue living as before, but now as an agent of the dark side programmed to disseminate disinformation. This is neither fantastic nor impossible, as the body is simply a machine under the control of whatever switches its neurons, be it the original soul, a reprogrammed soul, or some remote technological interface. To quote again from the book Brotherhood, the evil masters, where opportunity offers, will deliberately break the divine law by dislodging and driving out the souls of the infants, thus stealing their bodies from them, or by driving out souls from mature bodies, dispossessing them, and thereafter obsessing and impersonating such souls to their friends and associates. Such in the near future will be of common occurrence, and will be made easy for them by all who succumb to fits of passion, indulgence in intense hatred, jealousy, or self-pity, or continual brooding over wrongs done to them, or habitual condemnation of others, and who will suddenly wake one day in another world minus their physical bodies. Brotherhood, page 76. Variations upon this phenomenon of replacement or reanimation are discussed in the RA material, Cassiopeian transcripts, and in the book The Allies of Humanity. It is not the purpose of this article to go into detail about the theories and process of reanimation or the replacement of targeted individuals, except to say that the common denominator among all of these views is that the targeted individual succumbs because of physical and spiritual vulnerability. The latter is due primarily to a lack of spiritual resilience, brought on by a deficiency in positivity and awareness. The trinity of essential principles detailed in Part 1, said to ensure stable means of spiritual evolution, are therefore not just suggestions for more efficient evolution, but suggestions for the avoidance of such drastic outcomes as death and reanimation. Knowledge and love are the greatest protectors, even in the case of an individual who is abducted by malevolent hyperdimensional entities, greys, reptilians, et al., who attempt to replace or reprogram him. If his knowledge and love are sufficient, these attempts will fail. Spiritual resiliency and the aura. So what exactly constitutes spiritual resiliency? For one, it is associated with the aura, the etheric/astral energy field surrounding and penetrating the body that interfaces the physical with the metaphysical. This interface works on the quantum level, not so much via physical force and causality, but rather via probability biasing and synchronicity. This interface is very responsive to one's thoughts and emotions, because it functions as an interface field reaching both into one's body and extending into one's environment. It not only regulates one's biological life functions, but it also affects one's physical experiences and environment. Thus, having negative thoughts negatively affects both one's body, cancer, disease, and one's experiences, accidents, sabotage. When strong and clear, it also acts as a synchronistic shield protecting one from unnecessary dangerous experiences. Your aura contains every color in the spectrum of the sun. Oh, if man could but see his aura, when he is thinking unkindly or speaking rash, harsh, unkind words. If he could but see the change that takes place in the spectrum of his aura, he would never again think an angry thought, let alone speak in anger. Man's aura is his shield of protection. Remember, man's aura is man's protection. When, through man's thinking, the colors are kept crystal clear and radiate brightly, man can walk through the abyss of Hades and fear no evil. Let he who is living the life of a mystic live in the protection of his aura. In mortal thinking, when one does not accept the negativeness of another, the aura of the mystic remains his spiritual fortress. Ancient Mystical White Brotherhood, pages 113 to 114. This is one reason why knowledge protects, as the Cassiopeians have repeatedly emphasized, and why love protects, as RA has stated. Both act to reinforce one's spiritual resiliency by brightening and tempering the aura, and offering one greater synchronistic protection against unnecessarily harmful experiences due to the mentioned function of the aura as interface between physical and metaphysical, mind and experience. The metaphysical function of love or positive emotion is to help one vibrate at a frequency beyond easy reach by malevolent forces and experiences which tend to vibrate at a lower frequency. Frequency resonance vibration and the emotional learning path. There is clearly a relation between the vibratory characteristics of the aura and the quality of one's emotional learning path. Both stem from one's personal choice concerning which thoughts and feelings to associate with particular truths and actions. Thoughts and emotions impress upon the aura a unique spectrum of resonant frequencies, which in turn resonate with and attract corresponding experiences to match the learning profile of the individual projecting such thoughts and emotions. This process is quantum mechanical in nature. Since linear time, as one knows, it is simply the sequential perception of events selected from among a broad range of candidate events by virtue of their resonance with the soul. So just as the physical nature of an object determines at what acoustic frequencies it resonates, so does the metaphysical nature of the aura or soul determine with what experiences it resonates and therefore attracts. The idea of raising one's frequency or one's resonance frequency vibration, FRV, as the Cassiopeans call it, means simply to clarify, brighten, and strengthen one's aura by cleaning up one's emotional and mental state to keep out negative thoughts and feelings. This resonance frequency vibration, then, is essentially the frequency at which one's reality radio is tuned. The negative person attracts all the negative things of life, all the ills, inharmonies, troubles that are in the mental atmosphere, the effluvia of other weak and negative minds, while a positive person attracts all the good. If you understand the radio, you will know that when you set your dial at a certain wavelength, all that is on the air of that wavelength will make itself heard. It is exactly the same with your mind. It will receive whatever happens to be on the air of the wavelength to which your thoughts are attuned, so that it is up to you, and you only what your mind radio gives forth or out manifests. Staying on a good station is accomplished by having knowledge, love, faith, gratitude, humility, etc., in a balanced manner as outlined in Part 1. Imbalance among these principles, or incorporation of their negative opposites, leads to the consequences detailed in this article. Avoiding such consequences does not prevent the learning of lessons, but allows more efficient means toward reaching the same spiritual ends. This requires that one must train oneself to stand guard continually at the door of one's mind, and let in no thoughts or feelings that one does not want to out manifest. It may seem hard at first, and one may not know what to admit and what to deny, but guard the door from every negative thought and feeling of whatsoever nature, from every thought that one knows God would not have one think, from every doubt, fear, worry, anxiety, or concern of any kind, from every tendency to criticize, judge, or condemn anybody or anything or any condition, from self-pity, jealousy, envy, imitation, unkindness, anger, hatred, etc. These will give an idea of what are negative and ungodlike thoughts, and which must no longer have part in one's consciousness. If one will keep all such untrue thoughts out of one's mind, one can see that then, and then only can one's higher self draw into one's mind the true and positive thoughts that will attract to one the good that is waiting to manifest itself to one. For while one's mind is cluttered with all those fearful, worrying, discouraged, sick, weak, poverty-tainted thoughts, how can one expect anyone who feels these vibrations, and vibrations are things one cannot cover up, to be attracted to one? Or how can one expect God to inspire one with thoughts of a beneficial nature? In fact, such negative thoughts actually keep away the things one is longing to have manifest in one's life, for like attracts like. Think. Poverty-stricken thoughts do not attract prosperity or jobs. Sick thoughts do not build a healthy consciousness, and belief that one is a failure invites failure. Ibid, pages 17 to 18. As can be seen, knowledge alone is not enough. Seeing the truth is not enough. One must also choose how to emotionally and spiritually interpret and apply what one knows and sees, as this choice determines one's spiritual orientation toward high or low FRV, toward serving others or toward controlling others, toward being free or being predator/prey, toward being man or machine. In turn, these determine the quality and nature of one's experiences. Beyond knowledge, both higher evolved compassionate and malevolent individuals can know the same truths, but what differentiates them is how they have chosen to interpret and apply these truths. For example, there is the truth concerning the paramount importance of free will. While positive individuals respect free will by supporting it, negative individuals respect free will by manipulating their victims into giving it up freely. Thus, while the level of knowledge, wisdom, and awareness may be equal in two oppositely polarized entities, it is their chosen emotional learning path that ultimately determines their spiritual orientation and resultant nature of experience, all of which follows from how they choose to think and feel about what they learn. Make no mistake, there is indeed choice in who one shall become. Choice between responding negatively or positively to the same experience, as that is the purpose of free will. By learning about external objective reality, one gets to choose how to achieve congruency between the self and this objective reality. The positive path brings the self into harmony with the universe via acceptance and service of others, while the negative path seeks to bring the universe into congruency with the self via imposed order and conquest. Both are paths of uniting the external with the internal, the above with the below, and the self with the other, though by different means and resulting in different outcomes for the individual in question. Conclusion. So the important thing to remember is that everything begins with choice, no matter how seemingly insignificant the choice. The truth exists independently of how one chooses to perceive it, but it is one's choice that determines how this truth is integrated into one's being, and thus in what direction one evolves spiritually. Choosing to indulge in negativity by failing to strive for an aware, positive, and balanced mindset incorporates further negative elements into one's being, which resonate with and attract corresponding experiences and intelligences, even providing handles by which such intelligences can toss one about. These elements can only be identified and transformed if one knows oneself by being in harmony with oneself and who one is. Every moment is another chance to choose for the better, and in this the whole can be gradually purified and brought into harmony with creation. Addendum. There is a science experiment whereby sand and powder are thoroughly mixed and placed on a rubber sheet. When the sheet is vibrated by sound, the mixture separates into piles of sand and piles of powder. This is because the powder is of a finer consistency than the coarser sand, and therefore shares different resonant frequency characteristics. When vibrated by the same frequency, each substance responds differently and thus begins to separate. A comparison may be drawn between this separation of sand and powder and the polarization phenomenon happening among individuals today due to the influence of a hyperdimensional vibration known as the wave pouring into the planetary sphere and beckoning evolution to the next level. In short, under the influence of this wave, individuals responsive to it have begun distancing themselves from individuals of discordant frequency and have synchronistically met those of more congruent frequency. This is the precursor to a full reality split between masses of individuals necessitating different collective destinies, just as the initial vibration of sand and powder is the precursor to full separation of the mixture into piles of one or the other. It is one's internal vibratory nature, formed not only by one's knowledge level, but also by how one chooses to integrate it via one's thoughts and emotions, that determines how strongly one responds to the wave. Love and understanding allows the greatest resonance, providing connection with maximum impulse toward the next evolutionary level. Principles of Spiritual Evolution, Part 3. Ignorance, fear, and superstition stem from reason being overridden by emotional and instinctual impulses. The historical consequences of human ignorance have given philosophers cause to invent a solution, most proposing objective reasoning and intellect as the antidote. In the past, the dichotomy was religion versus secularism, blind faith versus logic. Today, religion and secularism are old news, and the dichotomy has shifted into other areas. In the alternative knowledge field, for example, there presently exists a split between those who advise abandoning reason and submitting to feeling and sensation, certain fluffy New Age paradigms, and those who advise abandoning emotional subjectivity and striving for objective knowledge by thinking with a hammer. But is intellectual reasoning enough? Although overcoming the subjectivity of emotions and instinct, the intellect comes with its own share of problems as outlined in this article. For the most part, the follies of emotionalism and primal impulses are matched by the shortcomings of intellectual reasoning. When one is held supreme and the other denied expression, severe imbalances result. Reason without emotion is entropic and lifeless, while emotion without reason is animalistic. Specifically, New Age philosophy denies the intellect and gives too much free rein to the subjective whims of the emotional center, leading to gullibility and ignorance. Its opposite counterpart unwisely declares the intellect supreme. In their proper places, reason and emotion exude their virtues. But when misappropriated, they make for the worst of vices. This is evident from examining Marxism, communism, fascism, the Spanish Inquisition, allopathic medicine, and New Age disinformation philosophies, all of which owe their growth to the exploitation of some imbalance or underdevelopment among the physical and metaphysical faculties of their supporters. The proper and improper role of emotion is known. Properly used, it propels one into action and gives life to one's thoughts. When outside its role, it blinds one to the truth and reduces one to a reactive animal. But the use and misuse of intellect is more subtle and will therefore be the focus of this discussion. The intellect can discern, measure, discriminate, compare, and contrast, and thus appears to be the ultimate faculty available to man. But its supremacy is false, for the intellect is still inferior to man's higher spiritual faculties. What is commonly known as the emotions, intellect, and instinct are all part of man's lower nature arising from his neurological, biological, and physiological systems. Man is more than just machine. He is the ghost in the machine. The true human possesses soul, mind, and spirit in addition to his physical body. So besides the lower emotional, intellectual, and primal centers, he has the potential to access his higher emotional and higher intellectual faculties. They surpass the lower ones in function and verity because they are of a conscious rather than mechanical nature. They operate through direct knowing instead of linear logic. In keeping with the narrow rigor of materialistic science, the leading intellectuals in recent history have denied the existence of soul, mind, and spirit. So the problem with most secular philosophies is that they revolve around man's lower centers. Even if properly balanced, the lower centers are still incomplete and imperfect. Any philosophy restricted to their use will likewise be flawed. Communism touted the virtues of reason and rationalism, centralizing and calculating all aspects of the state, while fascism saw the limits of logic and instead emphasized the virtues of irrationalism and impulse. Both of these merely traded one lower center for another, which ultimately solved nothing. Both became abominations because they molded man into what they falsely assumed him to be, a mechanical unit void of the very spirit needed to sustain the system. The lower intellect is like a clever computer. Given a set of inputs, it can calculate a set of outputs. But given false inputs, it will not realize that its outputs are also false until a cataclysmic rude awakening forces a reassessment of assumptions. It is a blind man probing the world with a stick. It is a ruler that measures distance but cannot tell direction. The intellect is therefore detached from sensing absolute reality. The floating intellect, a mechanical behemoth disconnected from the ground of objectivity. Instead, the higher, spiritual, centers act like a compass, telling one via intuition, inspiration, and insight what is north. While the lower intellect perceives only symbolic relationships between ideas, the higher centers allow one to perceive the intrinsic meaning and validity of an idea. There is a difference between seeing a symbol on a map and seeing that destination for oneself. Using the lower intellect is merely browsing the map. Only by turning inward and walking consciously to the core of an idea can one perceive its level of resonance with the truth. When people communicate, they are sharing maps of ideas with each other. Ideally, each person should be responsible for using the map received to consciously locate within himself the destination represented. The sender never gives knowledge to the receiver. Rather, he points toward a place where the other can find it for himself. Knowledge cannot be taught, it can only be shown. If one works only at the level of lower intellect, the map itself is taken as the territory because the shallow faculty of reasoning alone cannot tell the difference between symbol and reality. Words are mere reflections of ideas, and those who mistake the map for territory will never find the treasure. This is why group consensus built upon intellectual agreement rarely guarantees objectivity. Being blind to the absolute value of an idea and taking everything to be relative and uncertain, the intellect finds group consensus as good a verifier as anything. So when a truth comes along to challenge an erroneous consensus, the intellect sees only one idea contradicting the judgment of multiple minds and naturally rejects it. The greatest vice of intellect is hubris, its rationalizing away of higher truths and spiritual impulses as baseless and frivolous ideas. It truly is a blind man with a walking stick, unable to distinguish between a high curb and a cliff, and thus afraid to cross the street. The intellectual man is an agnostic rationalist, one who is unsure of everything and prone to rationalizing challenging truths as mere aberrations and fantasies, interpreting the three-dimensional picture in terms of his two-dimensional worldview. Seeing the faults of intellectual reasoning, many at this point make the mistake of rejecting rather than transcending it. They turn toward lower forms of human expression and fool themselves into thinking they have reached higher states. Relativism is why ever-increasing levels of decadence are hailed as breakthroughs in modern art and philosophy. And not being able to tell up from down, the intellect can mistake falling for rising, an error often fatally reinforced by group consensus. These illusions seem valid until one hits the ground. In truth, the intellect should be put in its place rather than rejected. What is the proper function of the lower intellect? At best, it can determine what is not, mainly by naturally discerning differences between two things, and so proving among them the presence of a falsehood or incompleteness. But when intellect attempts to declare what is, it cuts down the infinite range of possibilities to one ignorant conclusion and defends it. If instead it stays within its bounds and proves what is not, it cuts out one possibility among many, leaving the truth among the remaining possibilities. Continuous whittling of possibilities allows the truth to eventually be cornered. Sherlock Holmes used this method, eliminating the impossible until what was left, no matter how improbable, must have been the truth. When the lower intellect begins heeding the advice of spirit coming through the higher centers, then one becomes an agnostic intellectual rather than an agnostic rationalist. One then knows things intuitively, but uses reason to check these impressions and give practical substance to them. With map and compass in hand, the intellect can step forth with confidence. The blind man begins to see, perhaps vaguely at first, but enough to know that a curb is just a curb. Here, the lower intellect has been placed in service to the higher centers as a scribe and navigator. For each center to exhibit its virtues, lower must always be placed secondary to higher. Ideally, the higher centers communicate an intuitive impression to the intellect, which after analyzing, makes a decision that is empowered by emotion before being put into physical action. This process results in further impressions which in turn give rise to further actions. In this way, the will of spirit becomes manifest in the physical world, but only by cascading from the higher centers down through the lower. This is an aim of spiritual evolution at the human level, to access the higher centers and give them command over the lower. It means following the impulses of one's spiritual self rather than being slave to the whims and reactions of one's lower self. To progress, it is not enough to be objective and watchful of one's mechanical and animalistic aspects. That merely refines the intellect and places it in command over the lower centers, but does nothing to access the higher spiritual centers. As one learns and applies what one learns, one must also strive to listen to one's intuition and inner knowing, becoming proficient at using one's intellect to dissect and transcribe these impressions. Give no free rein to the vices of one's lower centers, but place them in balanced service to one's noblest aspirations and spiritual impulses, maximizing your potential to help others. In a recent email exchange with a friend, an important subject came up. How can one help others, and what difference would it make? This question came about because the friend was feeling down and confused about the world and the prospect of acting upon his desire to help. In the past, the author has had these thoughts himself, feeling dejected with the seeming futility of trying to make a difference in a world brimming with negativity and corruption. From his own contemplation of the matter, certain answers revealed themselves over time. These he offered to his friend in the following email. The author has met many others in recent months who were equally discouraged and confused by these same issues. So for the benefit of anyone reading, he is publishing his email response here. Rather than condensing his response into a formal article, he decided to merely do some minor editing and leave the conversational flow intact. One of the reasons the author is confused at the moment is because he has been talking to a person who is confusing him. He is a really nice bloke, but he asks about spiritual matters and then the conversation gets all confusing. The author does not know if the feelings he is sending are of good nature or if he is being negative. He totally disables the author. The author needs something to get him back on track. He is drawn to discussing spiritual things with certain people, for instance, this boy who is confusing him. The author walks into his room and he sits there reading the papers, getting noticeably upset with the state of the world. The author tells him to not read the papers if it is getting him down. He says that is burying his head in the sand. The author says it might do him good to be aware of a negative side, but he should not dwell on it. He says, "If you have all the answers, how can I help the world? There are people starving, and we sit here eating luxury food, etc., etc." The author says he does not know all the answers, but is aware of a bigger perspective that may help him see things in a different way. And the conversation ends with the author feeling confused and a bit helpless. The question arises, how can one help people? Regarding the person who confuses one, consider it a challenge testing one on not only how well one knows what one knows, but how well one can communicate it to others, especially when there could be things working through them to befuddle one's mind, usually involving an energy drain and neurolinguistic programming through their language that works to put one in a slight hypnotic trance, all unbeknownst to them. The more one learns what one knows and learns how to communicate it, the greater one's confidence and power. It is like wielding a sword. At first it is heavy and slows one down, but only after practicing can it be turned into a great tool. What is the best way to help somebody? Should one talk about the bigger picture to other people, or just let them discover it for themselves? If now is a critical time for Earth, is it good to throw seeds about, or is it unwise? What one does is give up, only when one's interaction with someone turns purely into a waste of energy. That is the line one crosses when one sees they have made their choice and actively defend it to the point of no longer hearing what one has to say. One can tell this happens when they start becoming irrational or argue in circles or simply do not get what one says no matter how one puts it. That is when naivete on their part spills over into willful ignorance. Naivete is simple lack of information but willingness to learn, while ignorance is choice to hear no more. Once one understands this difference, one will know when to try and when to stop. One can plant seeds as long as something goes into them, but once they shut the door and lock it, then one's job is done for the moment. So what one does is keep going until that line is crossed. Then for good measure try a bit more just to make sure their door truly is locked. So cross the line and go a bit farther. Then be satisfied one has tried and move on with life. The author says it might do one good to be aware of a negative side, but one should not dwell on it. The friend says, "If you have all the answers, how can I help the world? There are people starving, and we sit here eating luxury food, etc., etc." The author says he does not know all the answers, but is aware of a bigger perspective that may help him see things in a different way. And the conversation ends with the author feeling confused and a bit helpless. Whenever one feels confused, that is usually a sign that some great truth is buried there. Confusion says, "Figure me out." Like a present contained in a Chinese puzzle box. One has to figure out the tricky way of opening it, and the present is one's own. For example, a close friend of the author recently complained that we are here to do good in the world, and yet she is consuming products that require things be thrown away, which damages the environment, so that is not really helping. She asked theoretically, why not just move into the country and live off the land, grow food and help the earth? There is a paradox there. One comes here to help the world, and yet one is harming the world through one's garbage. After thinking about it, the solution hit the author. One must maximize how much of one's potential one can manifest. Let us say one's potential is to reveal the truth to as many people as possible, to wake them up, arm them with knowledge to free themselves from the matrix control system, to maximize their potential, and so on. But one then moves into the country away from civilization and spends all day working the farm just to stop oneself from being a consumer that harms the environment. Sure, one is no longer harming the world, but one is also not applying one's potential in ways that could help the world 100-fold more. If people like the author moved into a wooden shack and lived off the land without electricity, they could save the earth for a year, but ultimately allow tyranny on earth to prevail for the next thousands of years. If that were humanity's destiny, hypothetically speaking. To maximize how much one can help the world, one has to weigh the costs and benefits of doing or not doing something. The cost is between how much one helps the world by doing it, and how much one harms the world by failing to spend that time making better use of one's potential. This will vary from person to person, but one thing the author guarantees is that the only way to know what is right for oneself is to know what gives enthusiasm, what is naturally in line with one's drives, one's skills, and the needs of the world. Some examples one can think of are donating large sums to charity and working in soup kitchens. Depending on who one is, these may or may not be the ideal options. There are those who do precisely these things because that is the maximum extent of their potential, and they know it because it is their heart that leads them to do this. If one has time one cannot think of spending any other way, then naturally these are right. But for the author, other than giving money to homeless people when they come his way on the streets, or having spent time doing volunteer work in college when he had the time, he does not go out of his way donating to charity or working at homeless shelters because he is busy helping the world in other ways. When he donates, he does not give money indiscriminately, but rather where it counts, where a little can go a long way. Tithing the homeless is an example. So is donating to a fellow truth seeker's website. Under higher laws, only time is a limit, never money. If one gives for the right reasons, reality compensates. Give to receive. Regarding many of the altruistic options the Matrix gives, they are just the opposite. Most amount of money for the least amount of effects. Think about donating to the National Cancer Foundation to help with cancer research. Sounds like a noble thing to do, but in truth cures for cancer are being suppressed by these same pharmaceutical companies, and it is amazing how much money universities blow on research that ultimately does nothing. $100,000 for a university physics lab may build a machine whose results may be published in an obscure scientific journal that gets forgotten, or $100,000 in the hands of a renegade inventor presently working in his garage on a free energy machine may be enough to change the world. It is all about where one puts one's time, energy, and money. Not only must one maximize one's potential, but one must apply it in a way that makes use of others' potential in the best way as well. Many compassionate people from 4D incarnate into 3D and often sacrifice themselves for the well-being of others, only to learn eventually that wisdom is needed in knowing when and how to help. This is the lesson one needs to learn. Sometimes a little harm is needed to access an exponentially greater amount of help. The author uses gasoline to power his car so that he can network and buy things he needs to help others. The harm he does is insignificant to the help he tries to accomplish. And being that the soul is what matters, metaphysical help is far more powerful than sheer physical help. Therefore, one must also learn to prioritize things. Then there are problems one cannot do anything about, like the starving children in Africa. Well, one could go there and help them for the rest of one's life. But the issues above must be taken into account. The least one can do, however, is send them love and compassion, which helps ease the suffering of their souls on the metaphysical level. The friend says, "If you have all the answers, how can I help the world? There are people starving, and we sit here eating luxury food, etc., etc." See, what would this person be implying? That one should feel guilty about what one has, which ignores that one chose one's life before incarnating. That one should live like the starving people, which ignores that one is living the life one is supposed to. That one should give all one's food to them, which would be impractical, etc. When one can help someone, then one should help in the wisest manner possible. If one cannot help someone, then one should not worry about it other than sending them some metaphysical help like a prayer. Everything happens for a reason, because of a choice. One cannot help everyone in the world. If one has to choose between feeding someone in Africa versus India, how is this less sinful than choosing between donating to such charities and using the money to, say, write a book that helps free the minds of thousands? This is if one had to make that choice. Often one can indeed contribute money toward charity and still have much left over for helping others in more productive ways, but nevertheless wisdom demands optimization and the long view. What does one suggest? One wants to help stop that horribleness on the planet, all the ignorance and negative energy. If one cannot do something physically, then one can only work on the metaphysical level, which is good, because that is where the physical is projected from anyway. One can be a beacon by discovering one's inner truth, manifesting it as practical knowledge, and maintaining one's frequency and confidence in what one knows. One becomes a beacon broadcasting higher frequency and higher knowledge into one's environment and into the lives of all who cross one's path. One creates ripple effects in reality, sending waves out through the lives of others. One throws seeds, and they grow in those whose minds are fertile. One creates a forward cascading effect into the future in ways only the divine mind can grasp in its entirety, because the future is nonlinear, Small things can have huge effects if applied in the right way at the right place at the right time. One cannot calculate these ahead of time, but know that by following one's divine calling, one will always be on target. One does not have to yell in a park to teach the truth. One can simply discuss it with those who bring it up in conversation. Just speak one's mind in the most logical way one can. Share one's opinion when called for. One does not have to give one's life to charity to be altruistic. While that is great for some, for others who have a different level of potential, this can only be a side project, but not the main thrust of life. Think about Neo and Morpheus in The Matrix. They knew their goal, and they knew that it takes a little hurt to do a lot of good. It is not about right and wrong, but a matter of what needs to be done and the wisest way of doing it. Maximizing potential is not as simple as following society's criteria for what the right thing is to do. Surgery requires creating a wound to fix an internal problem. Likewise, sometimes the physical in the world will be harmed slightly so that the root cause on the metaphysical level can be fixed. But what is the best way to help? To sit over one's computer reading Cassiopean transcripts and other material? Or to get off one's arse and go and do some helping? Charity work, cooking for homeless people, etc.? Imagine one had the wit, the strength, and the knowledge to tell that guy exactly why he should not gripe about the headlines. Imagine him lighting up with recognition of him seeing that truth that has always been within him. Say he then stops wasting his energy and starts refining how he can best help the world, and how all who then cross his path share in his ignited light. Okay, so this is an ideal scenario that does not always happen, but unless one knows one's truth and has practiced the clarity of mind needed to share it, this can never happen. Reading the Cassiopean transcripts may seem like nothing on the physical level, but on the nonlinear and metaphysical level one now understands how it can indeed help. In life, it is very difficult to make things happen that are not in line with the flow of one's destiny. To serve means to serve when called to serve, not just to go out and start picking things to serve. When one's heart calls, via enthusiasm or inspiration. When someone calls one by asking a question or leaving himself open to one's words, and thus subconsciously asking for one's help, then that is the time to act. And to act well, one must be knowledgeable and wise, which is why learning is far from fruitless. The more knowledge one has, the more one understands where help is needed, how to apply it wisely and effectively. One wants to get rid of this helpless feeling. One wants to stop talking about higher stuff and start acting higher. But one does not know how a higher person would act. One feels kind and caring. But what is the point of being kind and caring if one does not get out there and care for anybody, etc.? Let us say one is a person who likes to give presents. Does one go out and just force presents into people's hands? No, giving when not called for is not giving at all. The author knows people like this who do it literally. They get internal satisfaction from giving things to people, even when people do not even need or ask for what they are given. This is why patience is required for the right moment. Until that moment, one can only become better prepared to meet it. The author thinks his friend is doing a grand job with his website. The friend could make one too, but there again one could just end up a world full of people reading stuff on the internet and thinking, yeah, that's good stuff, but how is this really helping? Think of it this way. There is someone out there right now whose future can benefit from one speaking one's truth. One has a role to play in his life, and whether one fulfills it is up to oneself. Among the many people nodding their head with what they already know by reading one's site, there will be a couple who will open their eyes for the first time. Even if it is a single idea that they have not thought of yet, it is enough to kick them into an interesting direction. The divine flow works through all channels that can contain this flow. By opening up one's channel, one gives one additional outlet for the divine flow to do its thing. That is how it works. It is like building a new road in town. Sure, people can say just another road, but who knows what difference it can make. By taking a shortcut, the ambulance may get to the hospital soon enough to save someone. Because of the eventually unpredictable effects of one's actions, the best one can do is live one's destiny and one's heart's calling to the fullest, regardless of whether one thinks anyone is listening or not. Because what one thinks one is doing is not always how things really end up working out. The author does not get much feedback on his site, but occasionally someone tells him that because of his site, he and his whole circle of friends have now hit upon some new ideas and have been helped. That is something he could not predict, but it happened anyway. These are important points to consider, because they are things the author has had to learn for himself, and things he understands can discourage a lot of people if they are unaware of them. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening.